So many clicks. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Bishoujo Senshi Slumber Party Eternal Mooncast special program. We're in the current adventure of the reviewing the Sailor Moon Deke and Cloverway dub. This will be the discussion portion for episodes 81 through 85. We'll talk about what worked, what didn't, and how we think these episodes could have been even better.
Now, Sailor Moon has a long and rich history, but have you seen everything? I'm Relia, and these are my friends Monica, Michi, Duckie, and Rizuki. We are 5 lifelong Sailor Moon fans who dove headfirst in the fandom and have stayed there ever since. We love being a part of the amazing fan community surrounding this genre defining series. If you've been watching and you'd like to jump to a particular episode, timestamps will be in the
Now, we know
description.
some of you may have not seen the Deke or Cloverway dub. If you want to watch along with us and enjoy our reactions, join our Patreon and get in on the fun. It's free unless you'd like to get our reactions 1 week early, and then that is one whole dollar. Please enjoy. That link is in the description below.
All right, so let's dive into discussing episodes 81 through 85. This month, Monica, Michi, and I have watched them both in Japanese and in English to give a little bit more commentary about them. And the Japanese episode numbers, if you're following along with that, are going to be episodes 84 through 92.
So, we'll be summarizing each episode, talking about them, and sharing our thoughts with you. We're excited to share our favorite moments, what we loved, and everything else in between. Join in the chat to post or in the comments and let us know what you think about each episode, too.
Thank you to our citizens of the Mooniverse on Patreon and subscribers on Twitch. You help make the Moony magic possible. A reminder that this is a monthly show and that these are all just our personal opinions. We in no way represent Toei Viz or the Sailor Moon intellectual property in any way, shape, or form.
Do we have someone moderating
It's on
the stream?
YouTube.
Oh,
That's
okay.
cute.
Don't worry, that's why no chat for now.
Stay
Yeah.
classy.
Indeed.
All right. Well, let's get into our episode discussions. And I'm going to scroll right back up to the top of our notes. And by the way, I know I said 84 through 92. That's certainly not correct. That would be way too many episodes. It is 88 through 92.
We'll be here
My
for
apologies.
6 hours.
Okay, so let's talk about dub episode 81, which is simply called Final Battle, or Japanese episode 88. Monica?
That is the final battle between light and darkness, pledge of love to the future.
All right, so let's get into our episode summary. And this is the finale of the entirety of the R season. So when we left off, the evil black crystal has been taking over the city. We see Artemis and Luna a couple of times. They're very worried. Uh, the squad, meanwhile, are still dealing with Wicked Lady. She's about to absorb the power of the black crystal, destroy everything, yada, yada, yada. It'll be very bad. So the girls are very worried for her. She's personally unmoved because she thinks nobody cares about her, but the girls again reiterate that they care. She tries to kill Sailor Moon, but Tuxedo Mask jumps in front of her and takes the hit. Truly, for once, he has contributed. The other girls try once again to reach Rini with their words. She's momentarily shaken, and then Wise Man uses his evil gaslighting on her again, and she's reinvigorated with evilness. She attacks the squad again. So Sailor Moon and Sailor Mask, they experience a moment where they're bolstered by all of their recent relationship meddling struggles, thanks to King Endymion. And because of this, they stand up against her together so that Moon can purify her with the silver crystal. In doing so, Sailor Moon gets possessed by the soul of the sleeping Neo Queen Serenity, so that Neo Queen Serenity can talk to Rini directly. She tells Rini to remember when she was young and how her parents encouraged her to pick herself up and do things for herself so that she learned to be capable. But Wise Man comes in again with his gaslighting and argues against this and says again she was always alone. Rini once again is taken in by Wise Man and attacks Queen Serenity, or Neo Queen Serenity, and Tuxedo Mask. Neo Queen Serenity reminds her of all the time that she spent bonding with the squad in the past and how they really genuinely care for her. And because of this, Wicked Lady then sort of feels the love, and this causes her to get purified. Because this, I guess, isn't a memory that Wise Man had tampered with. And so Sailor Moon then is exhausted from having used the silver crystal. She nearly passes out, and in that moment, Wise Man attacks. Sailor Moon uses the silver crystal again to kick his ass. Rini's very worried about her. She admits that she stole the silver crystal and that this is all her fault. This causes the silver crystal appear from within Rini. She steps forward to help Serenity by using her second silver crystal. The rest of the squad also stands up to lend their strength. So, as a result of all of their powers, Wise Man and the Black Crystal get got. Sailor Moon and Rini wake up in the squad's arms, and everybody is really happy. Rini says goodbye to the whole squad the next day. She and Serena hug it out, and Rini goes back to the future where her family are all awake and happy to see her. And that is the end of the season.
It's such an interesting ending.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
this. I like the end of the second arc. We've been talking about this the entire time. Shall we get into like what worked for us?
Sure. I mean, I think we did have a couple of noteworthy moments here. The noteworthy moment that I wrote down was a line from Tuxedo Mask where he said, "We've got to destroy this wacko monster before he destroys us." Dude ain't
I
wrong.
mean,
And then I think Purple, is
Oh,
that you?
sorry,
Michi?
yeah,
Yeah.
I
Are
was
you
fixing
Purple?
something. Say what you will about her, but Wicked Lady's color design slaps.
It really, really does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does.
It's so good.
Yeah, so let's get into what worked in terms of animation quality.
This is not really a comment on the quality of the animation, but something that rather was animated. But I loved that big spooky dark crystal thingy that we get to see like right away. There was like an evil floating platform, and I just sort of loved the supernatural horror of an evil floating platform. It's very cool. Sailor Moon does it a lot. It's one of my favorite sort of aesthetic elements that's part of the show. Also, I wanted to say that if people who are watching who can't chat are on our Discord and want to talk to us, we are all. I have Discord open on my other monitor, so if anyone wants to talk to us there, you can still talk to us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
YouTube and Twitch should be good now for the chat.
Okay.
Excellent. Perfect. All right. So, oh, Michi, you also have a comment here where you noted everyone's forehead moons are moving. You're
Yeah.
not wrong. I mean, we've noticed this a couple times. Sometimes they're up here. Sometimes they're like between
Yeah.
their eyes. They sort of
As
have
a
a little wander.
cosplayer, how dare you do that to us?
I know. Please.
that actually
No.
makes me feel better
Surreal.
because sometimes throughout the day, I feel like my tiara and moons just kind of, where are they going to be now?
Yeah.
Oh my god! And now you know that you're
Yeah,
actually just
I've been
canon
canon
for
this whole
doing that. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
fine.
Mhm.
Yep. So I actually thought, unsurprisingly, there was some beautiful animation in this episode. I mean, it would be disappointed if they didn't go to their most expensive, high quality team to do the finale episode. It's what you would expect from them. A particular thing that I liked in this episode, animation-wise, I actually really like how tiny the silver crystal was shown to be in this episode. I felt like the dainty delicacy of it actually was like really effective at representing how it's the crystal of hope, and hope is often just a spark. So it being tiny made it feel so powerful in that way. I liked it.
Okay. I said, Moon Gorgeous Meditation Animation Team, thank you in all caps. Ate and left no crumbs. Aside from our wandering forehead moons. I really loved Wicked Lady's eyes in this episode, especially because I remember reading the like misstream scanlations of the materials collection that were translated, and like she said she wanted Wicked Lady's eyes to look like glass, like balls, almost like just gemstones, and like that was just perfectly done this episode. And seeing it animated just gives it like so much more dimension than it can in the manga. The Dark Gate Crystal Destruction animation too, that was so good. And like Sailor Moon tears, I feel like either go hard or they're like depressing. The tears in this episode were like, yes, give me all of your little shoujo sparkle tears.
Yes.
I'm gonna collect them in a little jar.
I love it. I love it.
my
That's not
god.
creepy at all.
I love this goblin energy you're bringing tonight.
I mean, I saw K-pop Men 2 nights in a row.
You're feeling great. It's
Yeah.
everything's coming up, Ducky.
All right, so let's talk about some positives in terms of the actual plot of this episode. I had a few here. I liked that Sailor Moon using the silver crystal allowed Neo Queen Serenity possessing her body, and that was the thing that reached Rini, because it makes sense. That's her literal mom. This is the source of all of her shame, all of her guilt, and so to get this sort of absolution from her mother directly, I think was necessary. It's why we finally see her after all the episodes in which she's been desperately avoiding actually taking accountability. The thing that turns the episode is that eventually she says, "It's my fault. I took the crystal." It's the first time she really takes accountability and owns up to what she's done. And it makes all the difference, which feels like a good payoff. I really like the memory flashbacks that pinged back to the specific episodes where we saw Rini bonding with each of the squad members. That felt like a really nice payoff for those specific episodes that otherwise felt like they were mostly filler. That, oh, it's filler, but actually that's the episode where Rini was bonding with Ray. Oh, actually that's the episode where she was bonding with Venus when she took care of everybody. That feels nicely paid off.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Rini wants her, like, real mom. You're not, like, I feel like with her and Usagi, it's very, like, stepmom energy of, like, you're not my real mom. You can't tell me what to do. Wants, like, her mom's approval. Not, like, her weird past teen mom's approval in that moment. But yeah, no, and I love also because like in the R movie, there's like a similar like flashback sequence with the girly pops, and like this just does the little puzzle piece thingy so nicely with that.
Yeah. Ura says Rini is a child who just wants her mom. It's totally normal.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah,
It's a baby.
she just had like supernatural consequences to her action.
Yeah.
Ura also says our movie is peak.
Yes.
Great news. We will be doing the R movie later in the summer. So we are excited about it. It is one of my favorite things in all of Sailor Moon. So our movie, I fully agree, is peak. All right, so let's talk about positives in characterization. What did we like about the squad this time?
This wall of pink text is all you, Ducky.
It's all Ducky. Yep. More Goblin Ducky.
She's like, okay, so I had notes of like, oh, Usagi coming from my heart. Like, the older I get, the more I appreciate her. Like, I hated her when I was a youngin', but like now I'm like, God damn it, Blondie's growing on me.
Me too.
I liked her even when I was young, but she's so close to my heart now. She's grown on me so much over the years.
Because it's very much like don't kill your cringe, kill the part of you that cringes. Like, I hated her because I was too much like her, and it like I did not like that mirror. But yeah, so she says, I may be selfish, but I really do love you. And like, my heart. And then Chibiusa had like this line of like the emptiness, and I'm like, oh, you're just literally an emo teenager trapped in like a child's body. Like, oh god. I forget who said, somebody had like a really good geekism of real steamed. And then the Doom Phantom saying, you whip me? Because I think like somebody had said like, we'll whip your butt or something. And like, yep, accidental like BDSM. All right, in a children's show, let's go. Full squad power transfer always, like, it's the same as like planet teleport. Like, that just comes for my neck every single time. Not Darien being a better dad than Endymion this episode, and fucking Rini's, I lost it inside my body. Not wrong. Not the worst characterization of a small child. Like, we did accidentally, like, just absorb it. So, you know, like...
Real things your child might say.
Yeah.
Like, real things your child might say.
Yeah, your child was was choosing to carry something around in their mouth that they shouldn't have been, accidentally swallowed it, and then I
My
lost
body,
it inside my body.
Good luck finding the car keys.
But, like, also, I think, like, it has been inside her this entire time. Like, she didn't intentionally absorb it, but, like, it's only when she takes accountability for taking it that it, like, reveals itself, too, which I think is, like, oh, now you are responsible and mature enough to have nuclear powers. Like,
Exactly.
it's responsibility locked. But that was my chaos.
Yeah. At some point, someone says the word maudlin, which I remarked on positively. That's a big fucking word for a kids show, especially given that this was in the Deke dub, and the Deke dub aimed the show at like 8-year-olds, not at middle schoolers. So it's like not a vocab word for them. Like. I was just sort of like, damn, okay, like GRE words in the school aimed at elementary schoolers. Show aimed at elementary schoolers. I also was just gutted in a positive way by the way Wicked Lady says "mommy" when she sees Sailor Moon and Neo Queen Serenity form. Just
that was beautiful.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I just really like that they were real steamed at their parents.
Yeah. Real steamed.
Real
Excellent geekism.
Get him. Yup. I really liked Rini saying, "Thank you for everything, mommy," to Serena at the end. Like, that absolutely got me. The growth, the fact that she was able not just to say nice things to Serena, but to acknowledge her as her mommy. Like, that was really, really sweet. And I was just like, oh, after so much torture of dealing with this little shit, at least in the end, she acted right.
Damn
Good
straight.
for her.
Yeah, that was something I appreciated watching it the first time as a child, but like appreciating it more now. The way like it kind of ties into both sections for like the plot, the animation, characterization, just the way they animated Usagi as Neo Queen Serenity, and the way Terry Hawks, I know that there was a comment in there, did her voice. And the being doing the switch from Serena to Neo Queen Serenity, like it was very clear, like you couldn't miss it. And I think that that helped obviously Rini and it helped in the plot. But I think as a viewer, as a child especially, that really kind of helped make it make more sense and make me understand, or just be like, oh wow, yeah, there's a clear distinction here. And even Usagi almost like matures in that moment. Like she's not the girl the season started with. And I think this really, really helped her to grow without realizing it. I mean, granted, we're dealing with your future kid probably would do that. But I really, like, you could see it, you could hear it, you could feel it. I think that was a really nice nod to end the season with, especially knowing what we're about to get into.
This is just like
hard
the like extended edition of that like home ec exercise where you have to take home like the baby robot for the weekend and not kill it. Like
the sack of flour, the egg. Yeah.
Here you go.
Or it just said Sailor Moon R Serena has so much maturity and growth. Are y'all ready to see it get thrown away for the sake of humor? She does have a bunch of character growth in the next arc too, but we're gonna have some yucks before we do that. We're gonna get real stupid first.
Yeah. All right, so what can we say positively about this episode's relevance to the ongoing story?
It's the finale. It's the season finale. So it better goddamn well be relevant. But I do have to say that Sailor Moon knows how to end a fucking arc. Like, there is no ending of an arc that sucks. They're all good.
I agree with that. Like even the Makaiju
It was
arc
great.
ending is
Yeah.
good.
Someone in the writers' room adapting the manga, which also has banger endings. Like they knew what they were doing.
Mhm. Yeah, and I mean it's even when they are diverging from the manga, they do it in a way that works strongly narratively. Like at no point, if you've only ever watched the anime, at no point will you think to yourself, do you think that Wise Man is perhaps an evil sentient planet?
No, like
That's
Yep.
manga only. But that's okay. It works out completely fine
Mm-hmm.
the way it is in the anime.
Yeah, which leaves
Yeah.
you with like, so if you've watched only the '90s anime and you're like, I love Sailor Moon, and then you go and read the manga and you're like, holy shit,
Yeah.
it's so
What is
different.
Yep.
It's so different. Like it's like my favorite thing ever. So
Yeah.
you know, I'm a manga stan. Go read the Sailor Moon manga if you've never done that
Yes.
before.
Yes.
You should. You will enjoy reading it.
Yeah.
It's a pretty quick read. You will get through each individual
Yeah.
season quickly. There's no
No.
filler
None.
in the manga.
Not a
None
single
whatsoever.
drop.
Not even a crumb.
Yeah, so I think we all pretty much had Monica's same thought about relevance to the ongoing
Yeah. It's
story,
it's
which
the
was
finale.
this is literally the
It's
finale.
the
Yep, it's the finale. So, was it exciting, engaging, even if it wasn't relevant or high quality?
I noted that we were all so enraptured by the episode that none of us talked for a good 15 minutes. Sorry to everyone who watches us our reactions on Patreon. We were
Sorry,
just
Patreon.
silent. Also, hello, Lady Chapel. Welcome.
Like,
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
wall-to-wall
we
stuff.
were quiet. Like,
yeah.
It was
I know
pure
you-
action.
I know y'all come to watch those for us, like laughing and carrying on, but we were just like.
This is my best macaroni impression. Our lovely wall-eyed eyelash crested gecko. Just that was all of us.
Yeah. Yeah, as you put in the notes, lock the fuck in. Okay, so standout moments in this episode for me, it was the flashbacks to all the bonding moments that Rini had with the squad. That was really
Second.
effective for me.
Yeah, that part.
That for me, but also what you said before when Rini turns around and calls Serena mommy. Like for me, I was just like, okay, I hated you for like the past like 3 months, and yet okay.
Oh, Ura just
True.
did an evil to us in the chat.
Oh,
I have a
That,
lot of thoughts on this squad.
that's fucking disrespectful as
How
fuck.
could you? Oh my god, that is a difficult matchup. La Soldier is a banger, as was we watched these Monica, Michi, and I watched these together in Japanese as well. And so when La Soldier plays, we were also just like, ooh, okay, like this is also a banger. Like La Soldier is also an absolute banger. Normally I will fall firmly on the side of all Deke songs at all times because they're just so good. But La Soldier is also way up there. That's a great song.
I was gonna
That's-
say I can't choose between them.
they're
It's
pretty different.
Yeah.
Like as far as
Yes.
songs go, they're pretty different. And it would be like I'm so torn on this one because I almost don't want to compare them. Like La Soldier is such a classic Japanese track, and it doesn't show. It shows up in the musicals a bunch of times too, right?
Mhm.
Like I think so. Yeah,
I think so,
like
yeah.
it is an iconic Sailor Moon song. The Power of Love is the power of love, and all the Music Kitchen songs from the Deep Dub also all fuck tremendously, and like, but they're two very different songs. Which makes it sort of hard to be like, which one is better? I don't know. Do you like this yellow or do you like this blue? Like, yeah.
Yeah, they I feel like they do like tonally they're
Yeah.
very different for the episode, and they do change the tone and the experience of that episode while you're watching it. Which I'm not necessarily mad about. They both slap. But it is interesting to watch the two episodes side by side. Usually the Deke music tends to fall more on the side of dramatic and intense, and the Japanese music tends to be more tonally bright and light. And I don't necessarily think that's the case here. Power of Love is a very bright and light song compared to what it's taking place in the backing of. And I think in this case, Le Soldier is a little bit more intense and dramatic for the episode that
Yeah.
it takes place in.
I feel like the Soldier works better for this episode than the Power of Love. I was like, oh, I'm kind of like underwhelmed. But like also because like Wise Man gets gotted so quick, like
Sorry.
He gets got very quickly. I think, you know, it's a difficulty because we spend a couple of episodes trying to deal with the Wicked Lady problem,
and then
and really
he's
she
just like,
takes up most of the
pew!
effort of this episode as well.
Yeah.
And then it's like finally we deal with Wise Man, who has been just like
Chilling.
picking off all of his own underlings and things like that. He's been allegedly quite threatening, but we don't get a chance for him to present much of a
Yeah,
credible
like he
threat.
doesn't get to like menace. And like when I compared this fight to where the song was burned into my brain, which is the final battle of the R movie, like that is just like core memory. Like the battle with Fiore is like so much more protracted, and I feel like this works better there than like with Wise Man, where it's just like, okay, pew pew, bye. Like,
I think for me it depends on the vibe that I'm in and like the mood I'm going for. Because nostalgia, I love The Power of Love, but out of every single Sailor Moon song, period, La Soldier is my absolute favorite. Like at the Super Live when they performed it, I cried like a newborn baby. It is my most favorite Sailor Moon song. So it really depends on what is the vibe, what is the mood, because I love both. So I will not make a decision. You cannot make me do that.
You played it at your wedding too, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
Oh, that's so cute. Because we've mentioned the R movie, I will confirm Moon Revenge is my favorite Sailor Moon song of all time. Like I would go to the wall for Moon Revenge. Oof.
That's a banger.
We got so far afield with that. Okay. So favorite part of the episode?
The Power of Love?
Yes.
Yeah, for me, that was definitely like
fair. Yeah.
It had been so long since I had seen the deep dub that I forgot that's when the Power of Love plays, and it came on, and I was like, "Ah, it's the fucking Power of Love!"
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time I hear that song, I am now going to have a visual of you
Me
doing
doing the Muppet flail.
I'm
Yeah.
like, yes. That is my favorite moment, and that is my favorite moment of the stream.
Yeah, that's a clip for the short. Just me going Power of Love and then flailing around like a Muppet.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to embarrass myself in public.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Ducky, I think you had
I
a
sure
different
did.
favorite part.
Just because like I was just so incredulous about it. Like I just hyperfixated on this one little bit. The entire rest of the whole commentary was Wise Man's "You whip me."
It was rather ear catching.
Yeah, like it was just iconic, and like the delivery was just like so incredulous, and I was like, he's not wrong, because I think it was like Tuxedo Mask saying it, and then he immediately got yeeted.
That meant nothing.
Nothing.
Which was great. Because he's like, "We'll whip you," and he's like, "Girl, bye."
All right, so favorite character of the episode.
I said, I don't know if there's really a standout favorite for me, but it's not Tuxedo Mask. Like that meme that's like, "Thank you for everything," and the middle one says, "Not you." Yeah,
not you.
Not you.
It's the rest of the cast, the rest of the Senshi, not you. Tuxedo Mask, not you.
Not you. So true. Like that is so emblematic of his role in the squad.
Not you.
Not you. Not
Yep.
you.
My favorite character of the episode, I gave this to New Queen Serenity. I felt it was really nice to finally get to see the woman herself as a mother and how she interacts with her daughter directly.
Yeah, rather than like the warped memories.
And I really liked Rini standing up and fighting. I thought that was a great moment for her.
Baby girl Rini getting her moon powers. The little girl's all grown up and now she has access to nukes.
Why did you turn into Molly for half a second?
Go get yourself a chocolate parfait.
Wally. Yes.
Well, okay.
Both of you very accurately demonstrating that whatever the fuck her accent is halfway between Boston and New York. Yeah.
Boston and New York.
Let's
Yep.
go.
Yep.
Boston's got to like re-download into my
Rizuki,
brain.
what was your favorite character?
I'm crying. Oh my god. I second the Rini now having nukes. I just I'm happy for her. She like the growth she has, and then that allows her to physically grow finally, which is I'm so proud of you, even though I wanted you dead for 3 months. Yay!
Yeah. See, it was all worth it. It was
all worth it. I don't hate
But
you.
We had to suffer, otherwise this payoff would not be as sweet.
It wouldn't feel as deep in my kokoro.
Yeah.
But she did put us through it.
Real. Okay, we've been nice about the finale. Let's throw some shade. What didn't work? So visually, what do we feel about the animation quality? What didn't
I don't
work
buy
for us?
Wicked Lady's skirt not flying away inappropriately in comparison to the rest of the wind of the animation. Bullshit.
You just want her to hold it down. Like,
Yeah, she's
And
got,
the
she's got the
stuffing!
Queen Elizabeth thing going on. She's got the weights in her hems so that the skirt doesn't
Yeah.
go woo.
I don't know. I was just like, all that wind bullshit. Oh, and Jupiter got a skin-colored bow for a frame. That really threw me off.
Oops.
Mercury lost her tiara. Speaking of weird background element glitches, Jupiter's skin-colored bow, Mercury's tiara, gone.
Yeah.
And the movement of the symbols, just things had some little blips. So my note here, again, because there wasn't really a section for it, I said not animation, but this is perhaps the first time where I think Bob Summers let us down. There were emotional moments that were pretty weakly delivered in the animation and the script, but I consciously felt like a stronger soundtrack could have helped pull that scene through anyway, but it was mostly just a flat reuse of the leitmotifs that we've used throughout the series. Because I felt like the script wasn't strong enough in this episode, I was really hoping for a good Bob soundtrack to pull me through because he's done it before, and that didn't feel like the case here. I'm not saying it's Bob's fault, but that I was yearning for him.
Yearning for Bob.
Yearning for Bob, as we will be for the rest of this series.
This is the only time I think I've ever said anything like remotely negative about Bob, and it will be the last time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I think it was like pretty solid, but like the final battle didn't feel final battle. And I don't know if this was like animation quality or just like the script and the pacing of like Wise Man just getting dotted like pretty instantaneously before he could like menace appropriately. Cause like the scouts haven't seen him like do a whole lot besides like what Merc, Saphir, and that was it. And like try to kill Darkness.
I do think it's fair to put that somewhat on the feet of the animation and the storyboarding here, because if you look at whether you're looking at the final battle in the first season or the final battle in like the R movie, they very much use the visuals to up the stakes and increase the tension. You see like iconically where Sailor Moon's got her crescent moon wand and she's holding it out, and it's just this little beam up against like Metalia's giant beam. She's so visually small standing against her. The girls come in, they help give her an extra wave of power. She does the unnecessary but super cool like swing with her crescent wand, which makes it feel like there's a step up in the effort that she's putting in. It makes it feel like it was hard to win. Similarly with the R movie, just nothing will beat the shielding of the silver crystal gradually shrinking down and down and down as she tries to protect what little is left of the asteroid as it's burning up in re-entry. Like you feel that visually, the intense power that she is pushing into the silver crystal. And I do agree with you that there wasn't that same sense here.
It's not an animation thing for me. I agree with what you're saying. It felt like when they were fighting the Spectre sisters or even the R movie, that felt more the end of R than this did. Not that I disliked this. I liked it a lot. Like I love it. But I don't love it as much as those two battles. And
Yep.
this is something I've always thought in my head, so just let it happen. I always kind of saw Wise Man as like Wish.com Palpatine.
I mean, you're like
though.
not
It's
wrong.
so true.
So I'm just like,
It's true though.
okay, you're force lightning, and then you get thrown down a thing, and then you implode. Like you got it, and now okay. I don't know. I feel like, granted, I didn't read the manga until way after I watched the Deke dub, but I'm really glad because I would have had such high expectations and then felt let down. So
Yeah. I also read the manga after I saw it, and I have to kind of piggyback off of that to kind of be like, I mean, like, Wise Man hardly on my list of favorite characters, but I kind of think he gets done a little dirty here because Wise Man from the manga is terrifying.
oh my god.
Yeah.
He's
Oh yeah.
legitimately frightening. And
Yeah.
is like this menacing specter in the background of the whole thing and is the evil mastermind behind everything else. And then it's revealed he's not just a weird guy, he's a malevolent planet. And like the stakes jump real big.
Right.
Like it's one of the first big jumps in stakes in the manga, which does a great job of escalating. I was actually talking about this with my friend Brian last night about like one, Sailor Moon Deep Lore goes so hard, and two, like I used to dislike the fourth arc. This is really getting into the weeds, so I'll try to keep it short. But I used to dislike the fourth arc, but thinking about it, I actually think the Dream arc is really necessary to come down from the Infinity arc and go back up into Stars.
Yeah.
Because if it was just continuous escalation, then Stars as an ending wouldn't hit nearly as hard as it does.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. Is Wise Man like, is this Wise Man the same as Wise Man in oh wait, no.
The
it's
one that
Circle
talked to
Pony.
Galaxia?
Oh, okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be the
Oh,
same.
okay. You're thinking we were both thinking we were both thinking of the scene where
Talks to
he
Galaxia,
talks to
and I'm
Galaxia.
pretty
Yeah,
sure
yeah,
you're
yeah.
supposed to be like,
Like,
that's the same guy.
I'm like,
That's the
okay,
same guy.
like
Yeah.
these are not two separate guys.
So
Got me.
yeah, so I will defend that like Wise Man delights me as a villain, especially in the anime, in the same way that Palpatine delights me as a villain in Star Wars, because they're both hilarious. Because they are constantly they have the thinnest veneer of bullshit over their evilness. And they're clearly having a great time with it, and they desperately wish they could monologue to someone. And so like every time that Wise Man is like really hates the people that he's working with and really just wants to off them and is like, I wish I could kill Saphir today. I wish I could get rid of Diamond already. Diamond sucks. Oh, I guess I'll make use of him. Like every time he does that and he clearly has no one to monologue to, but is just amusing himself, it's hilarious to me. I love that aspect of him, but he has no payoff as a final villain.
Like
There's no
he's
menace.
he's just a silly, goofy little guy. Like okay. Controversial take before I fucking lose this thought. Because I absolutely will. I would love to have seen a Wise Man redemption arc. We get Amazon Quartet healed, and he goes and joins the Black Moon Sisters as like
As a floating head?
like uncle.
Just gossiping with them and being catty.
They're like
skeleton
doing his
being
evil
catty
nails.
Like
evil
he has,
nails, yep.
he has like a new career as like a drag queen. Like, come on.
He wants the coffin nails. He wants them.
Slay.
Happy Pride, everybody.
Yo.
You know what? I love that
Love
for
that for him. I mean, the man is
Yeah,
rainbow colored.
yeah.
So what can you do? All right, so let's delve into our quibbles with the plot structure of the finale. This is I made a note about Deke versus the Japanese in this, which is that it seems like they changed the plot point where Tuxedo Mask dives into Sailor Moon in front of Sailor Moon to take a hit for her. In Deke, they have really purposely target Tuxedo Mask, which is a weird change. And like deflates the fact that Tuxedo Mask like contributed for once. but I don't know why they
They're
made that
trying to
change. I
beat the
don't think
dad
it was a good
kisser
change.
allegation.
Maybe.
They're like, no,
Maybe.
she hates him.
Maybe they're like,
You never
Actually,
saw
we just
that.
want you to know she
Yeah.
hates him.
Never happened.
no. She hates his guts.
Monica.
Murder.
Yeah, maybe this is a hater opinion, but I kind of think that more of the lead up to this episode, the episodes that led up to this, were much stronger than this episode. This isn't a
Hard
bad
agree.
episode by any stretch of the imagination, but some of those other finale episodes were just so strong. Like this sort of closing arc has a bunch of really high points, and this isn't really one of them. I don't know if rushed is the right word, but it is sort of kind of like, yep, okay, it's over. Let's go have lunch. All right, bye. Pack it up, boys. Wise man is defeated. Let's go home. Like,
Agreed.
That
Agreed.
cheesecake is getting warm on the table.
Yeah, for me, it didn't really feel like the plot beats that they established were really leaned into in any way. It felt like there wasn't enough plot reinforcement of why this time the squad were successful in reaching Rini when they'd used all of the same arguments that they used before. We've had like multiple different episodes now where she was evil, where they've been like, no, we're your friends, we care about you, we want to help you. And she was just like, okay, but no, you don't. And this time it worked. Instead, we got a lot of that screen time being used for things like Tuxedo Mask tanking a hit for Sailor Moon and the Inner shouting people's names repeatedly and doing virtually nothing else. So it didn't feel like they used their screen time effectively to make the narrative punchy.
yeah. It also is completely lacking the part where Pluto stops time and dies. 0 out of 10.
Yeah, this is
Yes, thank you.
I feel
Yes.
like the arc incredibly lets Pluto
Yeah.
down. Like Pluto is the new Senshi that is introduced in our other, like, I mean, Rini's introduced, but she's not a
Yeah.
Senshi at the time. She is the new Senshi, and it's supposed to be incredibly important, her existence, because she's got this whole thing about like you can't stop time, you can't do this, you
Oh, yeah.
can't do that,
Those are just
and
absent.
like you will die if you do. Like it's
Yeah.
completely cut out, which means that she really gets done dirty because she then is sort of an afterthought in some
Yeah.
ways in S, which is much more heavily focused on Neptune
Right.
and Uranus, which is fine in the manga because Pluto got
Right.
her big chunk of the story in
Yeah.
R.
No, because like this is the one time where I feel like the manga does better by a character that's not Usagi Momo or Chibs than the anime. Like she has so much more stuff in the manga, and like I was literally like, because I never watched like the R end half of the Deke dub. Like I never got my grubby little paws on those VHS tapes as a child, so I had no idea like what happened in this. And I was like, wait, isn't Pluto supposed to like show up and die, and that's the thing that like breaks Rainy out of this bullshit? Like,
Yes.
am I on drugs?
Correct.
Did I hallucinate this plot point?
You're not
Because
wrong.
it had been a minute since I read
You're not wrong.
No, that's the end of the
Yeah.
arc in the manga. It's spectacular. Like,
Yeah.
High points for the manga, that ending, much better. Low points for the manga, Sapphire, not a completely different character in a bad way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I feel like that took the wind out of this one because like so much focus was on like Chibiusa's relationships with the Senshi and like, hello, Pluto is your only friend. Like
It's part of like it's the payoff not only for the times that you see Pluto before this moment, but also for the existence of Luna
yes.
P, which has been with
Yeah, the
Chibi
whole
with Rini the
thing.
whole time. Like that's been Pluto by her side in great and small ways the whole time. And all of those things then aren't paid off if Pluto just never is relevant and just was there as a plot device to get them to and from the past.
Ooh. Weird thought, sorry. I wonder if like Pluto has like some control over like what Luna P can and cannot do, and that's why like all of her like attacks are goofy. Of like, I can't
Pluto's
actually
having fun
let
with
you
it.
kill your mom. Like, please
So fake.
have a parasol. Yeah.
Pluto doing her best. All right. Characterization. What didn't we love?
The Deke dub suddenly deciding Wicked Lady is chill with killing Tuxedo Mask now. I mean, we did completely leave out the part where she like wants to make out with him, which I can't say I'm too upset about. Like I'm not that torn up about it, but like she does seem to be obsessed with him still. They made it a little bit more normal by cutting that out, which is fine. But now she's like, ah, fine, you are no more use to me. Goodbye. Like that was weird. And I think that's added because I don't think that's in the. I don't think that was in Japanese. I don't remember.
No, in the Japanese, she's targeting Sailor Moon, and he jumps in front of her explicitly. They specifically changed it so that she targets him.
I did reasons. Also, just some shit tier parenting in this episode, you guys. It's just
yeah.
Woof.
Yeah.
Woof.
DCF was being called.
Literally seconded on the parenting. Like Tuxedo Mask makes one token effort to stop Rini from using the silver crystal, and then is like, "Yeah, you know what? Go for it.
You know, you die, whatever."
Like we know the silver crystal. Like for a fully grown like adult, will kill you if you use it. It's done so before, and he's just like, "Yeah, but you know what? She really wants to.
She really wants to.
Shouldn't I be
can't
supportive?
take this from
Fine."
her.
Yeah.
He's like, "No, don't stop. Come back, Wonka."
Yeah. Yeah. I have no original thought. Like, all of the thoughts, and I'm like, oh, random thought. It's just later in the notes. It's fine, it's cool, it's fine. Yeah, like, it ain't it, Chief. Like, she's obsessed with him, and now she's like, no, die. Like, what? Bruh. Make it make sense! So makes sense!
Oh my god.
Please.
Please put that up on the screen so that the audience knows what the fuck just made everyone do this.
The audience knows.
Like, everyone was just like, I have to go off. I have to leave the frame. That's what made us all feel like we had to leave the frame.
Child from the future bothering you? Can't go to college or break up with your girlfriend peacefully? Don't worry. Let her use a silver crystal. God's plan.
Speaking of another thing you should clip for a short.
I'm gonna remember that. Well, yeah.
Rizuki right there.
When you play this back, I've been calling them out, so just
appreciate you.
Yeah, it's fine. Yep. All right. So relevance to the ongoing
Wraps
story.
Everything up with a bow.
It does the thing, but we're Pluto.
Yeah, we're Pluto.
Yeah.
Wraps most of it with a bow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was it boring? If so, why?
That's you, Michi.
Yeah, I read that, and then I'm like, I did say that, and I'm gonna say it. So
say it with your whole
chest.
Say it like you mean it.
Can you have wall-to-wall action and yet still be a little dull? Yes.
Yeah. It wasn't boring, but it was emotionally unmoving. Even so.
Yeah. Like, I was interested, but like I was not like, oh, the tension. Like, Power of Love felt like so like weird here. I was just like, oh, we're doing that here and now. Okay, like Light 6-0, but like
Yeah. Ura's making good points over here. I think the season 1 finale set the bar too high.
But like,
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah. For those who don't speak incredulous squeak, Duckie said even the Alan and Anne fight.
Thank you for translating. I actually had no idea what she said.
No problem. Fortunately, I speak incredulous squeak, so I was on it.
Thank you for translating. I appreciate you.
No problem.
Angry Birds speech.
Okay. What was your worst part?
Mask being useless.
My worst part was the entire Pluto stopping time plotline being deleted from
Same.
the anime.
Deke can fight me in the time warp.
Pluto just not being there along. She and Tuxedo Mask's purpose were just not there.
No.
And
Yeah.
yeah.
Just yeah. All right. The thing it could have done entirely
Tuxedo
without.
Agreed.
Yeah, like I know he's gotta be there
Yeah.
because like he's half responsible for this shit, which makes no sense to me because like Neo Queen Serenity, just fucking immaculate conception Dusagi. I don't understand why we need a man for this one, but whatever. But bruh.
Bruh.
Dad up.
Also, I think you should clip the bit that's just, what can we do without Tuxedo Mask? And everybody going, yes. And then just that as a short too.
Bye.
Yep.
Bye, Felicia.
All right, let's fix a finale. What would make it better? So this was fixing a finale is an interesting choice because you're trying to make something work that is closing up the whole season. I try to look at this as an episode. I really think they could have made this episode feel stronger by streamlining what happens in the episode. Leave out the Tuxedo Mask thing, just focus on Sailor Moon consciously deciding to try to use the Silver Crystal to reach the mind of Neo Queen Serenity, and then have her convince her daughter herself. Let that be the entire meaningful scene. Have it lead directly to Rini learning that the other Silver Crystal is inside her, and have Neo Queen Serenity encourage her to use it with some sort of, Rini, we've always believed you would grow up when you were ready to take the next step. It's time for you to believe in yourself too. You have the power. If you're not going to include Pluto at all, then at least have this be some good parenting instead of just some negligent parenting.
Yeah. Yeah. That.
We love your fix at the end of these.
Yeah,
these
honest to
they're
God,
great.
I'm just like,
I tried.
Relia fixes it.
yeah. I'm like, don't worry, mom will fix it. It's fucking cooking mama when you like fuck up and she's like, don't worry, mama will fix it. That's
Mama will
really
fix
it.
it. Oh, I loved Cooking Mama. That's me. Just let me cook. Ducky, you did also have what you thought would make it better.
All of that, but I think like still having it take like Pluto dying for Neo Queen Serenity to like break through of like, this is not fun and games anymore, tiny child. Like, this is serious business. Your actions have fucking consequences. And then her being like, I want my mommy. And then that being the thing to like kind of, okay, I finally believe that you like actually love and trust and support me. But anyway.
All right. So
He doesn't even
so let's. Oh my God. Sailor Denzel.
Somebody read
Sailor
that.
Denzel says he doesn't even throw a rose this episode. Not even the bare minimum. LOL.
Yeah.
But you did less than anything.
Yeah. Deadass. You encouraged your child to play with nukes. What the fuck?
That's true. Let's rate the episode.
3 out of 5. Getting the job done, but only meh. Well.
Yep, 3 out of 5 for me. This was very underwhelming.
I'm feeling
for a finale.
very 3 about this.
Yeah, this is the worst finale for me, and I'm sad about it.
Agreed. It's a 3 for me.
All right.
That's a
I think that
unanimous
maybe
vote.
one of the first times we've ever been exactly
So.
unanimous on our number for an episode.
I think this is the first time we all feel exactly the same.
I mean, chat, feel free to sound off if you agree or disagree with 3 out of 5 for this. We were very 3, but we always welcome knowing what you guys think of a particular episode, especially when it's a finale like this.
Do you agree? Sound off in the comments. Are you also feeling very 3 about this?
Very mid.
Very mid for a finale.
Lady Chapel also 3. Thank you. So where are the balls Pluto out of 5?
Sailor Denzel.
Yeah.
Real.
Valid.
Real.
Yeah.
So valid. All right, shall we go to the comments?
Let's go to the comments.
I've been saving them as we go along.
Oh,
Ura says, I love that Neo Queen Serenity's voice that Terry Hawks does.
Because it's also different
Our queen.
from the Princess Serenity voice, too. Like, there is,
Yes.
like, Usagi, Princess, Queen. Like, it's subtle, but it's there.
Terry
Yeah.
Hawks is masterful in all the ways that she like uses Usagi's
Definitely.
voice. Serena's voice, I should say.
And then Earl also says the Sailor Moon Kingdom Hearts Venn diagram is a circle.
Yeah.
Definitely agree. And then you, Ducky, love this one. You have to be this tall to wield nuclear power. Neo Queen Serenity.
I'm gonna make that a badge ribbon.
And then Earl also says when Sailor Moon and Rena are floating in the pink void and they have their reconciliation moment is probably my favorite moment.
Yeah.
Pure.
That is a great one.
The pink primordial soup.
It's so good.
Yeah.
And then
Primal Soup.
don't you dare start singing Chapel Roan. All right. Or also says, like for the finale, the animation was a little underwhelming, especially compared to the Scouts versus the sister. So close. Scouts versus the sister episode.
That's a lot of S's, to be fair.
Yeah. That's because they got the beautiful noodle
Yeah.
animation team
Yeah.
for the Scouts
Yeah.
versus the Ayakashi
Yeah.
Sisters episode.
And then Ura also says, fun fact, the silver crystal won't be relevant again until the final 12 episodes of
Oof.
Stars.
Ooh.
Oof.
And then freaking Sailor Denzel, you'll never be Palpatine. Me, every time I look at 90s Wise Man for the rest of my life.
Fair.
Take that with you forever.
Yeah.
Creme brulee can never be Jello.
Yeah.
And then Ura saying the dream arc is a necessary respite.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yep. And then I also agree with this. The downside to the finale is Wise Man is mid.
Yep.
Yeah.
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 And that's all the comments I saved.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So smash or pass, Wise Man.
Oh,
Pass.
pass.
We never see his face, right? Aside from the skull.
He has a menacing skull face.
He has a skull.
But like,
for a
is that
face,
his
yeah.
face, or is that
I'm-
just like the like?
I mean, he is also an evil planet. But
Would
here's
you
the
fuck a
thing,
planet?
like he said that we would never whip him, and challenge accepted.
Yeah.
Like, all right, baby.
So
Let's
then,
do this.
if you fuck a planet, does that mean you give birth to a planet? So then all the people of that planet are your children?
So, in other words,
that how
Guardians of the
Sailor Moon
Galaxy
is?
is just like fucking stolen from Sailor Moon. It's Sailor Moon crackfic.
I'm gonna plug in my laptop now.
And then do we recommend this episode?
It's required watching.
It's
Yeah.
required.
If you're trying to get the story, sure, it's the finale.
Yeah, so we recommend this one.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you look at where we're going next,
Oh,
which
boy.
is episode 82,
You know,
then yeah, I mean, this episode,
Yeah.
episode 82, will
Yeah.
make episode 81
Yeah.
look like a masterpiece by
Yeah.
Van Gogh. Like, episode 82. Okay. All right, so everyone in the audience, strap in.
Get excited somehow.
Now, previously, we've talked about what was at the time the worst episode of Sailor Moon that we had ever talked about, and that was the month, I think in March probably, when we talked about the Loch Ness monster / dinosaur episode with the volcano. But we're about to talk about what I think is actually the worst episode of Sailor Moon. One of the most unwatchable things I've ever seen. It was torture when we watched it in English. It was torture again when we watched it in Japanese. So dub episode 82, in the dub, it is called Follow the Leader. And in
Usagi
Japanese,
and the girls resolve! Exclamation point. Prelude to a new battle. Way cooler of a title than this episode fucking deserves.
Yeah.
yeah, does that episode make
Right.
it sound really cool?
Nope.
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 No.
No.
Nope.
No.
So when we watch these episodes, we always provide the summary at the beginning when we're talking about the episodes, and all I wrote was one bullet because I could not be bothered. I could not bring myself to try to summarize this. I just wrote recap episode.
Yep, that's what it is.
Yep.
It is a recap episode.
I want to call out that there is one really key difference between the Deke dub and the Japanese, and that is that the Japanese episode, the dialogue is written in a way that's sort of like out of character, like they're sort of being meta. They're having an argument,
like they're giving a DVD commentary.
Yeah, that's what I said when we were watching. It was like a DVD commentary track where they are arguing about who should become the next main character. And frankly, that is so much funnier than what was going on in the Deke dub that that nudges it above the Loch Ness Monster episode for me, because the Loch Ness Monster episode is mind-numbingly boring. And this at least was them going, Sailor Jupiter ought to be the next main character, and I was sitting there being like, I would watch a Jupe spinoff, actually.
Hell yeah.
We would. I think we all agreed we would watch Sailor Jupiter
But
spinoff.
in Deke, this was so painful.
Oh my.
In Deke, they're arguing about who should be the
which
team
we've
leader.
already established.
But they're not. There's no actual rising conflict, plot, anything. It's just them giving commentary about who should be the leader, while different clips from the past 2 seasons are played without context. And at 2 points, they play clips from the first episode.
I gotta tell you, those clips not even in order.
It is
No,
not in order.
No
There's no sense of plot. There's no rhyme. There's no reason.
No.
They do not make the past seasons or the upcoming season look exciting in any way. It is genuinely torturous to watch.
Which you can watch on Patreon.
Yes, as Sailor Denzel pointed out, y'all's reactions to episode 82 on Patreon had me in tears.
Yeah, well, we fucking hated it.
We were crying also.
Yeah, please go check that out on Patreon. It's very funny because
please make the suffering worth it.
Yeah, we hated every second of this, and we suffered for your entertainment. There is a Deke banger in this episode for no reason, though.
Yeah,
for no reason.
There is a Deke banger specifically in this episode. It's so incredibly good. The episode does not deserve it. And so in our first section, which is always what worked, positives about like animation quality, which is also where we talk about soundtrack. The comments that we wrote, the only positive comment in here from any of us was my comment that says
banger.
The song is a banger.
That's it.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Luna did apparently say something nice. There was a note about that.
Oh, yeah.
Good job, Luna.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, positives about plot structure?
Let's reuse every piece of animation, and we have to make the world's weirdest compilation.
Yeah.
And go.
And go.
Plot?
My plot structure note just said, nope.
Who? There was one? Like,
I don't know her.
I know I struggle sometimes, but like...
Yeah, so characterization, positives, I wrote in all caps with what is certainly at least 20 exclamation points. Luna said something nice.
Oh, wait, where's our graphic? I haven't used it in so long, I have to dust it out.
Oh, God.
It takes a while for...
Yeah!
I think we're officially almost a full hand.
Oh my God! Yippee!
Yeah, I was going to guess we were probably at about 4. Yeah.
Ray's being like super extra bitchy this episode.
To be clear, you wrote in scare quotes.
Yeah. There is some peak Deke trash talk though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, as we would come to expect.
Yeah, it's kind of like everybody in a nutshell. Like very base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What relevance to the ongoing
it's a recap
story?
episode, so I guess it's more like relevant to the previous story. It's not even in order.
No. No.
Yeah, it didn't even recap anything.
Like nothing was gained. Nothing was
just a montage.
This is literally
episode.
me trying to explain the plot of Sailor Moon to somebody. Like this episode, I understand now why I hated this so much. Is because I was looking in the mirror as I did at Usagi as a small child and being like, I don't like that.
I don't like that you called me out.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, like I'm in this episode and I don't like it.
I don't like it.
funny.
Yes, you did get on a monitor. All right, sorry, where are we? I got distracted by the chat.
Yeah, we were talking about relevance to the ongoing
Okay,
story.
so
We
it's
have
yours
our
was
little
the next
sneak peek, but it's so fucking weird how it's presented, and I'm like,
so tiny.
So small.
Mhm. Was it engaging and exciting, even if it wasn't relevant or high quality?
I'd rather
That's-
watch my cat
no.
take a poop.
That I'd rather watch Rizuki's cat take a poop.
He makes eye contact with you
Does
while
your
he
cat
poops.
does your cat like to come in while you are also doing your business and then be like, I'm gonna do my business too?
And then we make eye contact, and I always break it because I feel uncomfortable and like I'm
Yeah.
being shamed.
Mhm.
My cat likes to do that too, but his poop is stinky, and I'm like, I don't want to be here where you're doing your business.
I'd rather that than do this episode again.
Yeah.
yeah. Like, we went from bored to like so bamboozled that it was engaging because I was the lady with all of the math, like trying to figure out like how can we make sense of this? How can we find a positive? Like this episode, like as a social worker, whenever I don't have nice strengths-based things to say about people,
When you
is
say that, I get so excited. I'm like, oh, where is this going?
they are a
Right?
whole
This
human
episode,
being.
as a social
Is
worker,
when I have like I have nothing nice to say about this person, so I'm just going to acknowledge your humanity. Like the and usually I don't have like I can find redeeming qualities in the most unlikely of places. Okay.
usually she can find redeeming qualities in the most unlikely of places.
Thanks.
This was the whole episode. Is what I have to say about this.
Mhm. Okay. Standout
It
moment.
ended.
Oh wait, we do have a redeeming quality. Neptune and Uranus spotted.
Oh,
Yeah, we see the silhouette
We
of
got
them.
Neptune and
for
Uranus
half a
in the
second.
Deke dub for 0.3 seconds.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Uh-huh.
That's
Yep.
all we got of them in the Deke dub.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Favorite part of the
There
episode.
is a Deke banger for no reason.
Hell yeah.
yeah, second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also made a note. They got the cheesecake.
That's key.
They
Aw.
did.
So
They
this is
did.
yeah.
They did get their
If we
beefcake.
call
They-
back to
Didn't Ami
previous
want that
episodes
since
where
yeah,
Mercury
yeah.
was like, yes, Mercury's wanted it since episodes and episodes ago.
Yeah.
Where she was like, I just really enjoyed us getting cheesecake
Yeah.
together. I hope we can do that again. And they get
I'm
the
so
cheesecake.
happy for her.
So yeah. Favorite character of the
Jedi
episode?
getting turned into a pile of dust again.
We got to watch Jedi die again, so that's
Nice.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
He bites it. We love when he
100%.
bites it.
Sailor V was spotted in this episode, and every time we get Sailor V, specifically Sailor V, not like just short for Venus, but Sailor V.
Yeah, no, Voichan. Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite characters were the outlines of Uranus and Neptune. Who said
Yep.
nothing.
Same.
And the tree they were
Same.
in.
And then the tree they were in. Yeah.
All right. What didn't work? Animation
Varied
quality.
so hard from A+ to F-.
What in the fresh book?
Nope.
I
Plot
need to
structure.
explain to everyone what my notes look like on this outline. So the first bullet point says, "What the fuck is this?" Then right underneath it says, "Is this literally just a recap?" And then the bullet point right underneath that says, "Does this episode even exist in Japanese?" I was convinced
We
it
were all
was
convinced
just
it
invented
didn't.
by
It
the Geek
didn't.
Dub because
Yeah.
it sucks.
Yeah.
I would believe
Yeah.
that fully.
Yeah.
But no, this was a real episode that existed in the
Mhm.
Japanese that they
Yep.
also dubbed.
They sure did. They sure did.
They absolutely cut and paste in the most confusing way.
Oof.
Yeah. This is the weirdest ass mosaic, and the S previews takes like okay, so like my copy of the S box set saga and the like thin discs with the pretty art did not contain this. So my like first episode of S was the next one, and like that opening sequence, tattoo it on my brain. Like that was like,
We'll get to that next. Yeah.
Yeah.
but like, okay, shit, there's like fucking stakes now. Was like what was in my noggin. And then like, cause Beryl is just like, oh yeah, I want to rule the world. I don't want to destroy the world. This is like, oh no, everybody's getting got.
Yep.
And like they're playing it off for silly goofy laughs.
So I want you to know. So this is the what didn't work section of our notes, and in every section, from animation quality to plot structure to characterization to relevance to ongoing story, my bullet just says, nope,
Nope.
Nope.
none of it
All
worked.
aboard the
Okay,
milk train to fuck that,
characterization. What didn't work?
Should have been more with the amount of time they spent on characterization, but I honestly didn't learn a damn thing.
So I have a pin that just says Nani the fuck in like a cute little heart. Let me just make that into a sticker, and I'm gonna put that on this episode like a teacher turning back on papers. Also,
Real.
like we've already established Sailor V is the leader of the Inners. Like this is not like, stop trying. Like it ain't gonna be none of y'all. It's Sailor V.
Nope.
Cite me. Anyway.
Nope. Nope. Relevance to the ongoing
It's
story.
once again a series of incredulous bullets that I have written, the first of which says, is this just a teaser? The second one says, what is this? The third one says, the fact that the first episode of S is spliced into this is driving me batty.
All the spices are just a rude tease.
Yeah. And me trying to find one fucking redeeming quality. Cheesecake mention! They followed up on that plot point! Yippee!
Yay!
I once again just said nope. Was it boring? If so, why?
The recap episode is my favorite, said no one ever, except about that one episode of Avatar. The Last
Yeah,
Airbender.
buddy. Yeah.
Yeah, that Ember Island Players?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was
That is the best recap episode there's ever been.
Yes.
I could barely pay attention. I kept losing track, to be honest.
All caps. What the hell? Period.
This was was it boring section, so I just wrote, yep. All right. Rizuki, was it boring?
Yes. I just wanted to put that pause.
The tension. The tension. So good. Okay, the worst part.
Thing, if I'm being honest.
Second.
So I think the Sailor Moon says there was a manners episode at some point. It's relevant to the Deke Dubbers because what would have been polite was using this song for the season finale instead of this bullshit.
I agree that the worst part was
Yeah.
all of it. Thing that it could have done
The
entirely
concept
without.
of recap episodes.
Yes.
Yeah. The
Yep.
whole episode.
Yep. Yep. Okay. What would make it better?
That the episode doesn't start. It doesn't exist.
Yeah. The timeline I lived in before I viewed this with my eyeballs.
All right, so Cooking Mama has come in as usual to try and fix the episode, and Cooking Mama has simply said,
This is
Skip it.
unsalvageable.
Throw it all away.
"Okay, let's give this episode a rating."
1 out of 5.
I'm going to give it a 1 out of 5 as well, specifically for the outlines of Uranus and Neptune. There's a banger. Prince Diamond isn't in it, and we get to watch Jadeite die again. And the Japanese episode is funny.
Yeah, it is though. It is.
This one. Oh, can we rate an episode 0 out of 5? Is that possible?
That is a number.
That is
yes.
a number.
It is a
Okay.
number. Yeah.
I gave it 1 out of 5 for the lesbians and no diamond because I was like, okay, we got we got my girls, and none of Mr. Sexual Assault is villainy.
It's true. I gave this episode 0.5 out of 5 and said, give me my 25 minutes back. The song was a banger, but this is categorically the worst episode yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Rizuki,
I was going to
what's your
give it a
rating?
0, but the outlines of lesbians in the tree and the banger brought it to a 0.5.
Look, we are a people who know what we like.
Yeah.
Chat has come through with 0 out of 5, 0 out of 5.
Yeah. We could
Yeah.
have had a real episode.
Okay.
So
you
do
could
we?
have had a bad
All right, you got
bitch.
any comments for us, Michi? Sailor Denzel. I guess it's a what out of 5?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so I think that like rounds out to like a 1.
A 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It just-
And I think we can all unanimously agree. Recommend you skip.
Yeah.
Skip it.
I could
I
not more
mean,
aggressively
if you
recommend.
if you want to like torture somebody, like I think this episode has a purpose. It violates the Geneva Convention. They're probably using it at Gitmo, but like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
If for some reason you feel you must watch this episode, watch our version
Yeah,
on Patreon, where
If
you get to see
for
us
some reason you feel
dramatically
possessed to watch
suffering.
this episode, watch it in Japanese. It's actually funny.
yeah,
Yeah.
that
it is genuinely funny.
It's actually funny in Japanese.
Yeah,
Like
genuinely is.
it's kind of
Yeah.
a laugh, which
Yeah.
earns it its 1 star.
yeah. Maybe you just have to do like a crazy amount of drugs to like make sense of it.
Maybe do it while drinking
Maybe
a
that's
drinking game.
Every time you're confused, take a drink.
yeah.
Yeah. Anytime you
my
get
God,
mad that
so
they're
true.
playing clips out of order, take a drink.
Take a drink.
Please do not do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Don't actually do that.
Oh my god.
Okay, now let's turn it around. Let's talk about some good episodes.
Do you mind if we take our break?
We're gonna
Because
take a
let's
break.
get into. Oh, that's a great idea. This is
Yeah,
a
let's
perfect
take
time
our
for us
break
to take our
and
break.
then
Yep.
and then we'll come back and there's good stuff after this.
Yeah,
we
There's
promise. So
really
don't
good
leave.
stuff.
Don't leave. We're coming back to things that are real good after this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be back in 15 minutes, which is
8:35.
8:35.
8:35. So we will see you all. We'll play some nice
There are
music for
lesbians
you.
after this.
Yeah, there are indeed lesbians after this.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
There are. Go because you're gonna get thirsty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go hydrate.
Haruka's
Hydrate
on
so
the
you don't
screen,
dehydrate.
people. All right. We'll see you in a second.
All right.
And we're back for the second half of a lot better episodes now. But we're here for episodes 81 through 85.
No, I think we should recap the recap. Honestly.
Recap the recap again? Oh,
I will.
I thought we were friends. I had the belief that we were friends. And then you hurt me this way.
even our audience is saying no. All right, who's ready to have a gay old time? Or, well,
Hell yeah.
Cousin old time. All right, so let's do this. Let's talk about dub episode 83 with the genuinely delightful title Starstruck Bad Luck. And the Japanese episode 90 title.
Monica, unmute yourself.
Oh, you're on mute.
Oh
You were
my-
doing a dramatic
oh my God,
reading
I
of
was.
it
I
too.
was putting my
but
whole
on
pussy
mute.
into it. I've been talking this whole time.
No, you
know
haven't.
what? Well,
Nope,
the
you
funny
haven't.
things I said, lost to time and space. Premonition of the world's end. Mysterious new warriors appear.
Real. Okay. So let's get into the summary here. So a lot's going to happen. Strap in. We start off strong. Ray has a premonition of literally the world ending. There's a mysterious messianic figure in the premonition, and there's 3 sparkling lights in the air for some reason, and the world gets destroyed in this vision. It's incredibly mysterious. There's clearly some symbols happening, and the tension is sky high. So back in the real world, the girls are chilling. They're working on schoolwork together. Ray does not mention her vision. They're just kind of chilling. They're in peacetime. It's great. Elsewhere, in a dark science lab, a crazy glasses guy is doing evil science. He and his servant, Kaolinite, are making daemon eggs to help them gather heart crystals so they can locate the 3 talismans that will summon the Holy Grail and give them power to conquer the world evilly. So, back in civilian land, Ray and Serena run into each other individually, and Ray, who's still being sort of haunted by this vision that she has, asks Serena what her dreams are for the future. And then Ray talks about all of her own dreams and aspirations and what she expects the future is going to hold for Serena. Elsewhere, the demon egg that was created earlier in the episode through evil science embeds into a tree, which then now turns into a tree Yoma. Ray tries scrying the sacred fire to try and get more info about her vision, but she gets nothing. Instead, the tree Yoma comes to life and attacks her. It flashes her its boobies and draws out her heart crystal, leaving her soulless and dead-eyed. Serena is nearby and sees the tail end of this happening. She transforms to fight. The other girls then show up, also trying to help, but they get pinned to trees and leaving only Sailor Moon free to move. Tuxedo Mask shows up, throws a roll. Rose tells Sailor Moon how to do her own job as usual. Sailor Moon uses her attack, and it gets repelled by the Yoma, who then attacks her again and tries to bite her brooch off, dehensioning her. The brooch falls off, and the Yoma also kicks Tuxedo Mask's butt a bit, then gets back to pulling out Ray's heart crystal. Serena, while this is happening, recalls Ray telling her all about her dreams for the future, while contrasted with seeing her friend's hollow husk of a body pinned to a wall. The Yoma is investigating Ray's heart crystal for signs of talismanness when suddenly it gets hit with a big old world shaking and a deep submerge, which absolutely wreck it. It is simply destroyed by them. With the Yoma gone, the squad are freed and they rush over to Ray's lifeless body. Meanwhile, 2 mysterious silhouetted sailor suited figures examine Ray's heart crystal. They also determine that it has no talismanness. Throw it on the ground. And fortunately, it doesn't break. It returns to Ray, who is revived.
No,
That's
no.
the episode.
They just like, you know how like when you let go of a cat and they like sort themselves out on the way down. That's what they do. They don't just eat it.
They threw it on the ground. They threw it on the ground. They threw it on the ground.
Just you can have this back. I think they even say it nice. I think they're like, this ain't worth shit to us.
I want you to pull up I want you at home to pull up for yourselves the Saturday Night Live threw it on the ground sketch song and play through that. And I want you to picture Eurus and Neptune throwing Ray's heart crystal
They threw it
on
on
the
the
ground.
ground.
They threw it on the
Right, like,
ground. All right, so let's talk glows and grows. Let's do our glows. So what worked? Animation quality.
I fucking love this new opening animation so much. So very much. Like, crispy. Professor Tomo's animation and Ray's vision are straight fire. And this episode has some great 90s Sailor Moon physical comedy, like the scene with the Yoma biting the brooch off of. Like, that just goes harder than it needs to. Luna also steps up in this episode and like tries to like fight the Yoma with her little claws. And also the civilian fits this episode are like in my like top 5 civilian fits for everybody except for Usagi. I feel like this one isn't like her best moment, but like it's still cute. But yeah. Also, lab safety. Professor Tomo is doing like evil science in more ways than one. He's breaking beakers. That's bad.
I think we spent a
It's so
lot of our
wasteful.
bonus reaction just being like, stop breaking them.
Yeah, like stop breaking beakers, dude. Like
Buy bigger ones. Buy bigger
it's
ones.
not hard.
They're clearly
It
not
is-
big enough
it's
for
a
your
tax
evil
write-off.
science.
Yeah. This is the perfect
Yeah.
animation team.
We
boy.
will in fact
Oh
get to
boy,
that
are you
in my
ready
notes.
for all of this to be
Yeah.
horny in an overtly and stupid way?
Yeah.
Get excited.
Yeah.
So Michi, what were your things that you liked
All the
about
casual
animation?
outfits were straight up fire. Like, so good casual
Mhm.
clothes. And then the demon transformation to make Serena de-transform, just as Ducky said, just mwah. So good.
It was so good. I had a lot of things apparently that I liked visually because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different bullets all from me. The opening sequence for S is so gorgeously animated, and we still got the original Deke opening music overlaid over it, which is a win for me. My next bullet says the rest of the episode appears to be the horny animation team. Then I do think the new VAs are doing their best to sound similar to the original Deke voices, so they still give a similar vibe. So this is the first time that we're losing a lot of the voices that we had even through the back end of R. This is, we finally no longer have Terry Hawks, which is crushing. The new VAs, like I said, are trying to give similar vibes, and I think that's very effective because it means that you're able to adjust to them pretty quickly. I also love Professor Tomoe's deranged smile. They also capitalize on the fact that embryos are creepy. I said the fucky tree Yoma was cooler and creepier before it became a humanoid. It is creepy when the Yoma detaches its own hands, though. And one thing that I believe is specific to just the Japanese episode is the head falling off after the biting of the brooch. Like that again is creepy. Um, uh, the girls have good civilian outfits in this episode. I also really liked them. And I said I love the dead-eyed look that the characters get when their heart crystals get pulled out. It's very successfully upsetting, and that especially works in this episode.
Yeah, I have to agree and call out that the diamond egg animation where it embeds into something is so creepy and it's so gross. But, and I'll bring up the rest of it when we get to the part that's
Nice.
The rest of this butt will come later.
Yeah. Okay, so positives about plot structure. I love a premonition that sets the stage for an entire story arc. And it especially fits well here where the entirety of the Messiah's awakening is delineated by a prophecy that will guide the various characters' actions and conflicts in this season.
Yeah, God, yes, completely agreed. The premonition at the beginning, the stakes are so high. The Infinity Arc / Sailor Moon S is Like, it fights with stars for my favorite. Like, it's so hard for me to kind of come down on which one I like more. But like also S is Sailor Moon at its most horror.
Yep.
And like the premonition of destruction at the beginning of the arc sets that tone. It's like we were a little silly previously, now it's going to be a little scary.
Yeah. I love that, like, you have all of the concerned parties that are involved in the entire arc of S are each being driven by a different essentially a different prophecy that is compelling their forward actions. So you've got the Professor Tomoe and co of the Deathbusters. They are all pursuing their prophecy of like awakening Mr. Stein and Pharaoh 90 and needing, the talismans and this and that to do that. Meanwhile, you've got the Outers who are pursuing their prophecy of needing to, gather the 3 talismans. And you've also now got Ray representing the Inners and Sailor Moon, who have their own premonition of the end of the world that is going to drive them forward through this arc. I think it's so fantastic that they each have a different driving premonition. I think it really works well. So another thing that I really liked, plot structure wise, I said, "Holy shit! The Yoma biting into Sailor Moon's brooch with giant pointy teeth goes so hard."
I was completely agreed because I was coming to write exactly that bullet point when you had beat me to it.
Oh, it was so good. It was so good. I also really enjoyed the emotional impact of Serena recalling Ray's like fondly talking about her hopes and dreams while she sees Ray with her heart crystal stolen. It's very viscerally moving. It's the kind of emotional weight that you don't necessarily see in the first episode of a season. But that's how hard S goes.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
it's gonna keep going hard.
Yeah.
is this when Ikuhara took over?
Yes. This is his.
Yes.
Let's go, lesbians!
That explains everything I needed to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ikuhara out here like,
Yep.
oh, lesbians are so cool. I wish they were real.
Mhm.
Everything he does is like, oh, lesbians are so cool. I wish they were real.
So true. All right. Turn. All right, so a
It's you.
lot of
Yep.
callbacks this episode that were set up really, really well. Really enjoyed the premonition callbacks and Ray's speech callbacks.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, like as I said earlier, this like the premonition scene was like, because I think I had like bits and pieces of the first season, but S was the first season that I was able to watch like in its entirety as a small child, and like this premonition scene did for me what like watching Alderaan get blowed up in A New Hope did for me as a 3-year-old. Like it was like, oh shit, like and I think like it shows us the stakes of Hataru / Saturn without like telling us, where it's not like, okay, body blood, like she can me. It's so we can see kind of the outer side of this, of like, if she shows up, we're like this scary red, like everybody crumbling to stone and dust is what is going to befall us. Because I think otherwise the Outers are just like, why are you being so bitchy? Like, why are you so mean? So I think
they're gonna kind of be assholes for a
yeah,
while,
right. Like,
and
Oh,
it
yeah.
helps
Oh, yeah.
justify that behavior.
right. Yeah, and like, yeah, like, because they do throw a heart crystal on the ground. I think it's like Catgirl. I think they're just like, fuck this kid.
Oh, they did it with Ray's heart crystal, but they will do it again. Yeah.
Because like sometimes they're like gentle with it. Sometimes they're like, okay, you can go back now.
Yeah. So like the thing that you ever watch, like various like criminal procedurals and things like that, and it'll be like, oh, the local cops are upset because the FBI came in and like they don't like to work with
You
local
mean?
cops. They think they're such hot shit and like they don't
Yeah.
work with you and blah blah blah. It's like we're on the same side, but we
Yeah.
don't work together. Like that's the vibe that the outers give
Yeah.
to the inners.
It's hi, the feds are here. The adults are here to handle this, aka the entirety of Boston for the last 3 freaking years. Thank God
Oh
we're
my
free.
God.
Thank God. Anyway. In solo cups.
Yeah, how's living in Boston in 2025?
Christ on a bike, brother. Like the solo cups thing is what sends me every single time. I'm like, this is the most Boston bullshit to ever fucking happen. Like, I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised. But yeah, mom and dad are here to clean up your mess. Is the outers for?
All right, so what did we like in this episode, characterization-wise?
My first note is that I immediately was jump scared by the wrong sounding Muppets effect on all the new voices because we've been doing this for so long. It's not really a negative thing. That wasn't a drawback for me, but I did just want to say it here because it was funny. I was just like, oh, they don't sound right. Oh, okay, well, I'll get used to it.
Yeah, with the exception, as Chad has noted, Katie Griffin is actually back as
Yeah.
Sailor Mars.
Yeah.
Great to have her back.
Also, Ray said something nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't remember what it was, but she did say something nice.
Yes. And I gotta say, Serena's yodel is iconic. Yeah, like into the stratosphere.
Yeah.
And I literally had a comment that said, "Holy shit, Ray was nice."
Yeah. I think like the nicer Ray gets, like the worse the stakes are. Like there's an inverse correlation.
Dying Ray's nice.
Would have been very funny
Yeah.
if she was being nice and someone was like, "Okay, what's wrong?
Yeah. Yeah.
What did you
That's basically what's happening here.
foresee?"
Yeah. Because I think she's like trying to hold the burden of this premonition alone rather than sharing it with the rest of the girls. So we get like, I don't think that Ray is like a bitch at her core. Like I think that is a front that she puts on to like keep people at arm's length and whatever. I think
that.
she is genuinely this mushy at her core. And I think like her trying to hide this premonition from the girls is like, oh, this is like trying to keep too many rubber ducks under the tub at the same time. So like I can't do that masking anymore because I'm holding on to this like giant thing over here. So it's like nice to see like her little softer side and like, oh, you do care. You do have a heart.
That is such a great contextualization for that, and I love it so much.
I love a
love
character who's like, if I am vulnerable at any point in time, I will die.
Yeah.
And Ray is sort of that character.
Basically.
Yep.
Which is why I love her and Mina together, because they're like the same complex, just in different fonts.
Yes.
Yep. So, I just like you all were like, holy shit, Ray said something nice. I also wrote, it's very cute seeing Ray and Serena talking about their future homes and dreams together. Ray is being so nice in this episode.
The world is ending.
I also enjoyed Serena's matter of fact, well, guess we're in a new season comment at the end of the episode. She's fully accepted that this is her life now, and that this is the first season where she's not in a position of like rejecting the call to adventure. Like she actively acknowledges like, oh, okay, I guess we have a new enemy that we're dealing with, and she's not like, don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, she still doesn't like it, but she's kind of like, well, there's been 2 seasons of the superhero shit, so
all right.
All right, I guess I'm gonna embrace my duty.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Oh, this is also me at the bottom here. Yeah.
It is.
No,
not to be missed.
I love any time Kaelinite is just hanging around being hot and evil, which is always.
Yeah.
She does a lot of just being like, look at my tits.
Yeah, look.
Yep.
Honestly.
And no complaints.
Nope.
Yeah.
Keep on keeping on. She's not wrong. Okay, relevance to the ongoing story.
The beginning of S is a banger. It's so good. The premonition, we already gushed about this. It introduces the next. It's the premonition fucks. It introduces the next plot. It explains what our villains are after in one of the most we have to tell our audience what's going on imaginable scenes. Puts forward the pure heart concept. Like, this is a very good setup episode.
Yep. Yeah, I very similar sort of list of notes. Tells us where the squad are at emotionally. It introduces the new enemy, the new allies, just fully relevant.
Yeah, I echoed off you. Very relevant. Lays out the new enemy, new power hinted at. Lets us know where everyone's at. Really solid.
Yeah.
Fully relevant. Let's go, lesbians! Also, I think this is one of the first times that a Senshi, besides Usagi, mercs Ayoma on their own, which just goes to show like how overpowered the outers are in comparison to the inners of like, oh yeah, these are the feds, actually. Like, because I think like Venus kills like Beryl on her own with the holy sword, but like that's not like just a
Manga.
regular
Manga.
attack. Yeah. So like first time in the anime. So like just
I think there might have been some time back in the first season where like it's like Mars and Jupiter like destroying together one time. But yeah, generally they can't do it themselves, and it's the show likes to use this as a hallmark of like a next tier of power, because you'll see this again in Stars where even I believe even Uranus and Neptune can't merc the enemies in there, and the starlights have to come in and do it, and it's like that shows how powerful the starlights are, that they can do what the outers can't. Yeah. All right. So, was it exciting and engaging, even if it wasn't relevant or high quality?
Yeah, this one's pretty solid. This is a solid opening.
Yep, I was locked in.
Compared to the last episode, it's a legitimate miracle of storytelling.
Praise lesbian Jesus. This is a solid speed run through the most plot and character development bits episode. Like, I have my like required watching for Sailor Moon of like not just the like plot beats, but like if you want the plot and like yay growth, like every episode where a girly gets their heart crystal stolen is like in that episode list for me.
Yeah. All right, so standout moment.
Slaps.
Real. My standout moment was Serena saying, "Well, so long, normal life. Hello, new enemies."
Honestly, like I love that. Like, all right, bet. Like we have ascended into like magical girl Tokyo. Like, all right, the world's on fire again.
Here's the thing, like in the back of my mind, what I'm thinking when she says that is a minor plot, background plot beat in this episode is the fact that because they now are no longer like fighting enemies, everyone's like, Serena, you have to get back to your schoolwork. Your grades are crap. We've been fighting enemies, and that's fine. We know it made us all fall behind in school, but we got to get back on track now. And so you should not be dating Darian for a while. And Darian was like, oh damn, your grades are bad. I guess we can't date for a while. And she was like, no, but I want to date you. How could this happen to me? And I feel like there's a part of her that's like, okay, well, we got new enemies. We got new like, it doesn't happen in the episode, but I know in my heart that went through her head.
I believe it. 100. Yeah. Let's go, lesbians. Once again, what's my stand? I just love them so much.
Yeah.
I love the plot of this arc, so it getting started, that's my favorite part.
Real.
It honestly, it's kind of just, it's such a step up from R, because like obviously everyone dies in the original arc, and like it's a lot of bad things happen. Darian gets kidnapped, this happens, that happens, blah blah blah. And then we have the Doom Tree, which no one dies or anything, sort of, kind of, whatever. But when it comes to the rest of R, it's like, yes, we have to protect our future, but it's like it doesn't feel super serious. Like it doesn't feel, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like, oh my god, we're all like in grave peril or anything. But the way S is really starting, it kind of goes back to that, like, dude, we could really actually kind of probably maybe sort of die kind of vibe. Like it just brings you to a darker version of that. At least that's how I felt watching it. So I really appreciated how S just starts you that way. It's like, hey, we had some fun. There was an annoying pink thing. Okay, pink thing's gone. We're all gonna die. Enjoy the series. Oh, by the way, let's go.
I'm telling Ashley on you.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point. When you look at R, the fundamental thing that makes R not hit as hard is that they are fundamentally they're solving someone else's
Mhm.
problem. They're not solving a problem that is immediate
Yeah.
to them. Like it's sort of tangentially immediate to them that like I guess there's now been this decision to come to the past and maybe try to screw things up there. But this is fundamentally the future's
Mhm.
problem. This is Rini's problem. This is the nemesis of the future's issue. This is the soldiers of the future's issue. And so, like, anytime that our squad is helping with that, they're kind of doing them a favor.
Yeah.
And it makes it feel like the stakes are not immediate.
Well, yeah, and like it's also like, okay, we'll cross that bridge when it's burning too, because it's like, okay, well, maybe by virtue of like Chibs just coming back here and alerting us to the fact that this is happening in the future, we can like crisis averted because we now know what they're planning. So when we get
put a-
there,
yeah.
then we're good.
Maybe in the future we just don't leave the silver
Yeah,
crystal on
maybe we
display in a
don't
room
think
where a
so.
small child can get
Maybe
to
we
it.
should have it or something. Maybe
Yeah.
safe.
Yeah.
Put it in a compact.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah.
Why-
Maybe wear that
Yeah,
compact
wild
on your
idea.
test.
Maybe we
Yeah.
wear it.
Yeah. Maybe like don't
it-
emotionally
keep it
neglect your
here.
child. No aces for Rini, and
Yeah.
then problem solved.
No problem. And like apparently surprise parties too traumatic for your 900-year-old
Yeah.
child. So like just no surprise parties.
Just
have
let
a
her
real
know
party. It's fine.
immediately.
Yeah.
Let her know like 5
Yep.
years in advance.
We want
Yeah.
you to know we're having
Yeah.
a party for
It's
you.
coming. By the
No
way,
surprise.
364 days before your party.
Yeah.
It's on the way.
Oh my god.
Hey,
Azira
Zira.
says, does that in turn mean Chibiusa created an alternate timeline like what Trunks did
Yeah.
in DBZ? Yeah, I think arguably she kind of did. She kind of does.
Like, I don't know that that's confirmed
that'd be a great EM topic.
anywhere, but like as far as fan theories go, that's a fun one.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I feel like you could write such a Sailor Pluto fanfic about her having to manage two timelines because she allowed time to be messed with, even though it's a violation of the rules.
Is creating an alternate timeline a violation of the rules?
Is it a
You
rule?
can't. It's like no stopping time, no traveling through time. I don't remember.
Well, because of the traveling through time, that's presumably
through time is
why
not
traveling
allowed,
through
yeah.
time is not allowed, is because it could create an alternate timeline.
Well, but she has already allowed that to happen, like with permission. I'd have to go reread what her three taboos are because I don't think sending Chibs back in time is against the rules.
I got the wiki.
You got it. Got it. Yeah.
I fucking
Okay,
love
okay,
Sailor Moon
okay,
Deep
okay,
Lore.
okay.
What are her what are her three
What
taboos?
are the three taboos?
For the final question on actually, what are her three taboos?
Yes.
There's been a couple actually episodes where they have a Sailor Moon question.
Nice.
And there was a person who was on it who just blew it out of the fucking water. And I was like, yes, my people!
Okay.
Urus got it.
It's time stop is the third taboo. Where are the other two,
Yes,
brother?
do not let anyone pass through time.
Lucky
Do
on
not
the
leave the
screen.
door and do not stop time. So I guess she got a pass for the first one to send Chibi Moon back to the present because that's letting someone pass through time.
Yeah.
Yep.
She does get like the key to do so I guess she like deputized her or whatever. Like,
Mhm.
I can do this, but you can't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one assumes that because she answers specifically to
Yeah.
Serenity, apparently not to her father, the god
Yeah.
of time.
he
Um,
gave her to
because she answers
them.
specifically to
So-
Serenity. Yeah, like presumably Serenity's allowed to break these rules whenever because she's
Yeah.
God. And so the descendants of Serenity presumably have the same right. So Rini, as a descendant of the line of Queen Serenity, perhaps has the right to have that rule be broken and not have it be
Mhm.
a thing that will kill Pluto.
Oh
Yeah.
wait, yeah, Queen Serenity
Oh,
was the
Chibiusa
one.
stole the key. Yeah, you're right. She does steal the key.
Yeah, so that
Yeah,
was
as they're
all.
coming
It's
in.
been a hot minute since I've read the second arc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Zero also saying, which also means, which, oh my god, I can read. Which also means makes sense on why Chibiusa trains in
Timeline
Usaki's
pieces on
timeline
track,
pieces
right?
on a
Mhm.
different track.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
Mhm.
it. I like it. That's a good fan theory.
Yep.
That's tasty.
Yeah, we like it. All right, we're into it. We're into it. All right. I love that we've taken this way to like let's fanfic it. Okay, so let's see. Favorite part of the episode.
That's just Michi.
Michi, it's you.
Serena, sorry, I had to find
You're
it on the
good.
sheet.
No
I have
problem.
a big long monitor and I'm like, Serena remembers Ray's speech about dreams for the future. I thought was beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ray and Serena having a bonding moment. It genuinely like was so nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm seconding all of that. That was
Yeah,
we liked that.
We love
That
it.
was good.
We like Ray being a
Yeah.
friend. All right. Favorite character of the episode.
The outlines of the lesbians again. I will continue to nominate them
Seconded.
until they
It's
actually show
lesbian
up, and
silhouette
then I
for
will
me.
continue to nominate them. Like,
Yeah.
Yep.
I third that.
The lesbian silhouettes for me.
Don't know how much I can adequately explain. I was actually talking about this with my partner. I was like, some other young women our age had to grow up and like impose their gay feelings onto like elves, like Legolas or Dritz Do'Urden or
Yeah.
whatever. Like they had to impose that feeling onto
my
feminine
God.
men. And there's
The
such
YouTube
a yes,
video that
yeah,
I
yes,
just watched
that comedy bit
Book.
about yes,
Yes.
it's so good. That is not an experience I have ever had because when I was developing those feelings, I had
Mhm.
Haruka Tano,
Mhm.
just an actual lesbian. I
Yeah.
didn't have to impose lesbianic feelings onto a pretty male character. I just had Haruka.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
so like,
No. Like
I cannot overstate how much the Outers like shaped my life.
yeah. No. 100.
And how important this is. Important. Oh, wow, what am I in 8th grade? How important this is to me.
Yeah. Like I had the most profound conversation at Nana's ice cream shop in New York City with ironically a lesbian from fucking Salem who sat at our table about like in what way we found the K-pop boys attractive. And she's like, yeah, like I don't find them hot as like they're pretty, but like I'm attracted to them in the way that I'm attracted to butch lesbians. And I'm like,
I mean, K-pop boys do just look like
Yeah.
butch lesbians.
Yeah.
When on K-pop Voyage, every time we watch a thing with boys, I'm just like, look at these beautiful lesbians.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, no, but like that just yeah, but we had Haruko, so we didn't have to do that. We can do that if we want to. We can do that for giggles. Oh yes,
That's
Shomaru.
another good one. Man with long hair, aka Shishomaru.
Just to show you a
I
gender
love
for
when a
many
man has
people.
long hair.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he's very gender.
What were we talking about again?
Yeah, where were we?
Yeah, we were about to try to say negative things about.
Oh well, that was
about
a
S.
nice detour before
So-
we get into this.
It was okay. So let's talk about what we didn't as much like. So in terms of animation quality, it wasn't terrible. It was just kind of low budget. Like, a lot of times characters were drawn without much detail. And I was disappointed that the lesbian silhouettes specifically were also quite underdrawn. This is their first appearance. It should be more memorable. I'm going to rearrange my note here in terms of how I'm presenting it. My specific note was I miss Uranus's cape from the manga. The first time that you see the Uranus and Neptune in the manga, and they're in silhouettes, and it's very dramatic, and they're so mysterious. Uranus has a cape, like she's giving Tuxedo Mask,
Mhm.
but hotter. And they made their silhouettes seem so interesting and exciting, and like it made you want to know more about them, as opposed to these very like under detailed silhouettes that were hastily drawn in by like some in-betweener. Um, and then also just the soundtrack didn't make them feel ominous or momentous or a big deal in any way, and it should have done that
Yeah.
too. Max.
Here's
Hi,
Max.
Boogie.
Hi,
Max is here.
No.
Hi, he was pawing at my leg,
Oh.
and he was peeping at
We
me,
love you.
and then I picked him up, and he's unhappy about it.
How dare. The thing he wanted, that wasn't
Yeah.
what he wanted.
No, he wanted to
Sailor
drink my
Denzel.
paint water.
She's giving Tuxedo
Put
Mask,
that on
but
the
hotter. Put
t-shirt,
that on
yeah.
her shirt.
Mhm.
I said what I
They're
said.
not wrong. Like, it's the same hair, but better.
I mean,
Like,
All right. Yep. So
Oh, real quick. Oops, sorry.
hanky.
Yeah, but Ura says, okay, but the saxophone when the lesbians appear. It was like,
Yeah.
All right. So what didn't work for you, Monica? in
Okay,
image
so
quality?
here's the but. Remember when I was like,
Uh-huh.
the Daemon animation is so good and creepy and gross. But after the amazing, cool, and horrifying Daemon egg embedding animation, every monster design is just the goofiest, fucking horniest, stupidest thing I've ever seen. It's so dumb, and all the monster designs are dumb through the entire season. And I know people are going to be like, but I like them. And I'm not saying that that's bad. I'm just saying it's goofy.
Yeah, they are like goofy Sailor Moon monsters of the week
Yes.
at their
Yeah.
peak. These are when they were just like, what is the goofiest ass shit that we can do with these monsters of the week designs? And also each monster has to have like a black star somewhere on their person that they use to like pull out the heart crystals.
Mhm.
And they're like, what's the horniest place that I can put
Yeah.
this that's different from a horny place that I did last
Yeah.
week?
And they will all be horny.
Very horny.
Yep.
Titties.
very
Yeah.
horny.
It was titties this week, which 10 out of 10. Like,
Yep.
you wouldn't
All right,
have to
so,
ask me for it. I'd just be like, here you go.
Yep. Okay, so plot structure wise, maybe what do we think, again, needs improvement? For me, this didn't feel like a strong season opener for the villain side of things. Like the villains were just kind of there, and the starting arc villain in this episode, Kalanite, didn't feel like she was established with any particular like personality or presence other than being hot. Contrast this with Esmeralda, for example, who has so much personality. The there's a really strong contrast to how well established the Shitano each are, and the Black Moon Clan each are when they debut in their respective seasons. Even Alan or Anne, they all have such distinct personalities. They're all different little shits in different ways. And it didn't feel like for a first episode villain that we were facing, Kalanite's main feature just was that she was hot, which unfortunately, get in line, there are other hot villains. Yeah. So that was my quibble.
She's hot, and Professor Tomoe apparently has to pop quiz her on what their mission is.
Oh,
I don't remember if I
Yes, you
put this
did.
complaint in here, but you will absolutely, if you watch our reactions, I get so mad that he pop quizzes her about their entire goal that they're trying to accomplish. Like, do you remember why we're doing this evil thing that we're working on? Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure she remembers. What the fuck?
This is not on the outline, but I want to jump off of this real quick because in the manga, she's like doing the thing. She's like summoning them from the other dimension. She's in front of like the fountain. It's really good. I wish Crystal was like just a little better. But the third arc of Crystal's pretty good. They kind of
they made some
they kind of hammered it out a little bit. I just wish that the adaptation pacing had been better. But that's another show topic.
Yeah.
But like I like the beginning of that one too. Go watch the first episode of Crystal third season if you want to see what I'm talking about. This kind of does Kaolinite dirty because she's such a good character.
And I feel like she doesn't like have a personality for like a hot minute too. Like she is just hot and evil.
Present and
like,
hot, yeah.
a good while.
Like there's a like in the manga, and this is another one where I feel like the manga is stronger for a character, where like usually as Ducky said before, usually the anime develops more of the non Sailor Moon, non Tuxedo Mask, non Chiefs characters. But this is another case where I feel like, as Monica said, the anime does her dirty in that she's sort of the main supernatural leader in the manga, whereas Professor Tomoe, like
He's just a guy.
he's not as clearly above her as he's presented in the anime. Because she's sort of the one who has the actual like magical powers, as it were, and that doesn't come across.
Yeah, she's like the representative to Pharaoh 90.
Yeah,
she's in charge.
Yes.
She's the boss.
Yeah.
She is the boss of the Witches 5.
Yeah,
she's
Correct.
the Witches 6.
Correct.
Really.
Yeah,
Honestly.
Yep. It's
never knew
it is very well established and very distinct in the manga that she is the representative, as you said, of Pharaoh 90.
I feel like
she would certainly never get pop quizzed by
No.
Professor Tomoe on
what the
mission
Professor
is.
Tomoe in the manga is a different guy too.
Yeah,
like, he's basically a different
Yes.
character, and I
Yes.
think he's also a better character in the manga. As
yeah.
Because
Like he's kind of a goofy villain for like a good chunk of us. Like he's just like Mr. Maniacal Laughter.
They
He's
do
just
make
laughing,
him
playing Twister or whatever.
Yeah, they do make him very silly, and he's like real sinister in the manga.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like
yes.
I like the slower reveal of like our motivations, whatever, but like why do you want ultimate power? Like I feel like it would be so much better to just have like Tomoe show up, be fucking weird and like creepy and whatever, and like just what is this guy? Like after, right? Like that would have been better than pop quiz killing it. Like why? Anyway. Because it's like, okay, yeah, you want power to do what, bro? Why do you want them talismans?
Yeah, it doesn't even set up the fact that he's like
For science.
He's literally like a disgraced scientist. He got kicked out of the scientific community for fucking with his own daughter.
Yeah,
Like
she's a robot.
Yeah, she's all like, she's full of cybernetics because he's been unethically experimenting on his own child. He may or may not have
again
caused
in the manga,
his
she's a
wife
robot.
to die. He may have killed all of them and then saved her. Like,
yeah,
he's so sinister in the manga.
Yeah.
Like, and then here it's like he's just a goofy little guy.
He's just a little guy.
Just a
He's
little
so
guy.
silly.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so characterization.
I
What
did
did
not
like?
love the way we're pronouncing hosty in the Cleverway dub. The word is host. Yeah,
Yup.
with an E on
With
the
an
end
E
of it.
on it, it's just host. But I felt the need to respond to your bullet with my bullet that says hosty with the mosty.
We're gonna hear hosty with the mosty for this whole season. It's gonna make me.
She's got the
Holy
most
fuck.
Between it, please subscribe to Patreon so you can get our reactions a week early. Because I'm just gonna be angry through this whole thing. I hate the pronunciation of hosty, and when we get to cousins, oh god. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I also briefly misheard and thought the monster was named Heart Attack, and that's why I was like, "The fuck is this monster's name?" Which I put in the negatives, but that one was on me. I just can't hear.
Yeah. So subscribe to our Patreon to watch us take psychic damage for an entire season.
Yeah,
That's what's gonna happen.
$1. Give us $1.
One to blue.
And then Mad Scientist is crazy, Kaori Knight is hot. That's how
Yeah.
I sum up characterization of this episode.
That's the best way, honestly.
Kaoli Knight, my queen. You step on me, mommy.
We all skipped the negative relevance to ongoing story question. We all clearly
It's
knew that it was
relevant,
relevant.
yeah, not much
So,
to say there.
okay.
Story
Yeah.
just started.
Was it boring? If so, why?
Not really. Some parts were slow, but that was world and character building.
Yeah, it could have been slightly better, but not because it was boring, just a tiny bit slow.
Yeah. Agree.
Agreed. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just trying to get comfy.
No worries. All right, so what was the worst part?
The ending music, it was a weird tone change.
Yeah, for me, similar comments. This was our first episode fully using the original Japanese soundtrack, and it really underscores how much of a difference the soundtrack makes. The original Japanese tracks tend to be very lighthearted and jazzy at times. That, like for me personally, undermines a lot of the seasons or scenes. It hits hard here, where I know that Bob would have given us something way more wrenching for when Ray's heart crystal gets jacked, or something ominous when the mysterious lesbian silhouettes are near, and we don't have that.
Yeah. No. I love Otome no Parishi. But I fucking hate that end animation. It is the worst. Like, and we're running and we're running and we're running and we're walking and we're running and then we're standing. Like, girl, what? Bob, where are you? Bob,
Save us, Bob.
Bob is missed.
Bob,
Bob.
please. Baby, come back.
All right. Thing it could have done entirely without.
I'm fine with everything.
Mama buddy got yeeted off a wall, so
He
Fair
did
is fair.
watch this episode to see Tuxedo Mask get thoroughly chucked off of a wall.
yeah.
Okay, so let's fix it. Here's what Cooking Mama thinks for this one. I think it would have sharpened the civilian side of things here. Focus more on all of the girls talking about how they're going to live out the rest of their lives now that the Black Moon Clan have been defeated and things are peaceful. Maybe initially Ray doesn't want to admit that her future dream for herself is actually love and marriage, and then she revisits the topic with Serena when it's just the two of them one-on-one. She feels more comfortable talking with just her about it. This gives the episode a stronger character focus and more of a sense of the emotional cost of the girls having to once again sideline their life dreams to deal with a new enemy. I also think, as noted above, Kalanite should have had more of the personality in this episode.
Agreed.
As always, Cooking Mama has cooked here. It is the one true answer. I would have liked to have seen more of Tomoe and Kaoli Knight's relationship, even if they weren't going to reveal his reasons for wanting ultimate power or whatever. He's just a douchey boss. He's just every man that I've ever worked for right now. Also, she was still there when the Outer said it wasn't a pure heart, it was not a talisman crystal. So how does she miss, brother? Why are you giving her a bad performance review? She did her fucking job.
She did do her job.
Bad science.
All right, so let's rate the episode.
I think this episode is decent. I'm gonna give it a 3.5 out of 5.
Yeah, I agree. 3.5 out of 5. It was a solid middle road Sailor Moon with bonus Ray characterization.
Yeah, 3.5 out of 5 feels fair. This was a slightly above average episode that could have been stronger with improvements. We don't give out 4s easily.
No.
You don't. But 5 is even harder to come by.
No.
Yeah.
5 is rare.
3.5 out of 5 also for me. It's a solid episode.
I agree with 3.5. It starts strong, gets a little slow, and then I kind of don't care. So 3.5 sounds good.
All right, so we all
Yeah,
agree.
indeed we do.
Oh,
3.5,
dang. We're all
Woo!
in agreement.
Another unanimous
We're all on the
vote.
same page.
Nice.
All right.
Go team. And as usual, chat, sound off. What are your ratings for this episode?
has ruled.
And then, chat, we are introducing something new. It's called the cousins counter. And so every time that they say the word cousins, we're going to count it.
Yep.
And what is the
Well,
cousin
there's
counter
still
for this
lesbians
episode?
for now. That we should all be grateful.
Zero!
So far, no cousins.
0.
No cousins.
No cousins.
Yep.
I'll have to make up a little graphic
Well,
for
it
it
hasn't
whenever it
happened
does
yet.
come up.
And
Yeah.
we're in the clear.
We're
so you have
safe.
some time.
You're still safe.
You have time. All
Yeah.
right, and
then-
we have a monster of the week. Smash or pass.
I will.
Sound off, squad.
I'm gonna smash. She's hot. The tree monster. She's hot.
Yeah, smash.
Smash.
Very
Yeah,
hot.
this is a soft smash for me. This is not a hard smash, but soft smash.
I've got
Okay,
I've got
yep, Duckie will
concerns. She could, if she's biting off the brooch, like she like gonna like. I don't need you biting me there.
Yeah, the teeth,
Oh, that's
the teeth
fair.
are a concern.
I don't know. I
They're a
mean, I think
concern.
we should
That's
have a
what soft
conversation
smash for me, yeah.
first,
Yeah.
and then I'll answer that after.
Solid.
Okay, yep. All right. Okay, do we recommend it?
Yeah. This kicks off the next arc. I think if you're also doing a like curated watch through, there's no skipping this. And it's pretty good. So
Yep.
you should watch this episode.
Yeah, I think it's essential to the third act.
Yeah, I think it's not like the world's greatest episode. There's no reason to skip it. It will entertain you.
I concur.
All right. So we all agree
Yeah.
watch this
Yeah.
episode?
Yeah. Yeah, we recommend it.
Yeah, so we recommend. Woo! And then comments. So there's a couple comments I wanted to go over. Ura says his assistant, she is not a servant.
Treating
her
like a servant.
I mean, are we sure about that right
You
now?
sure treat her like one.
And then Sailor Denzel celebrates. We've officially started season 3. Yay! And then I agree. Linda did her best to
Yeah.
be Serena. I
Mhm.
definitely
She
think
did.
Linda did her best.
She did.
And it was very good. And then her saying they're anti-hero
Yeah.
lesbians.
They are
A
though.
special subset.
They're iconically
Yes.
anti-hero lesbians.
Yep. And then
Like they are
see.
such anti-heroes that they're gonna join the team and then 2 seasons later again be anti-heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hooray.
And then I love this one from Ura. 90s Tomoe is a combination of Robin Williams, Jim Carrey with
Yeah.
a dash of Gene Wilder.
Yeah.
No.
That's
true.
And then this Sailor Denzel points out the civilian
Yes.
fashion this episode is so good. Mercury's outfit with the
Yes, so
choker
cute.
is my favorite.
This is my all-time favorite Merc civilian fit. I love this one.
Yeah, editing Michi is gonna have to put in a shot of all of their civilian fits when we put
I
this
don't
up.
edit these
Oh,
anymore.
Oh, that's right. Okay, you
Fancy
guys will have to
pants.
watch the episode on Patreon and
Yeah.
see their
Yeah.
civilian fits. They're so good.
Very, very good.
Yep. All right, are we going on to episode 84?
Yeah, let's do it.
All
Ooh,
right,
these are your
so
summaries, aren't
Mhm.
are my
Mhm.
sum-
they?
Hence Michi's unhinged summary.
Listen, I don't know why you want me to do the summaries when I just
No,
put what
I love it.
feel on the page.
I love it.
It's story time with Michi.
Yeah, so okay. So here is so the title of the episode for Deke is Crystal Clear again. And then the Japanese is a little rough. The Rod of Love is born. Usagi's new
The Rod of
transformation.
The rod of prepared for the rod of love to be born, guys.
Like just the Rod of Love is
it's born.
so
It's gonna
rough.
be born.
So rough.
The rod of love is gonna be
Yeah.
born.
All right. So here we go.
Go ahead.
Like let me get my mic. Let me get my mic. Okay. So Dr. Tomoe, he being creepy in his lab again, evil monologuing about everything that is currently happening, like serious evil monologue. Him and Dr. Doofenshmirtz from Phineas and Ferb, besties. So he makes another pod, which brings to question, are these just turning into sexy evil creatures because of his evil formula? Or does it just automatically transform into anything sexy version? You know?
Who knows?
Questions. Usagi's having nightmares about how she de-transformed in battle. In her dreams, the scout absolutely roasts the shit out of her. I mean, like,
Yeah.
uncalled for absolute roasting. She wakes up breaking Luna's back, and Luna has to snap her back into reality with her claws. She deals with the inner turmoil about losing the crystal losing her shine, and Luna tries to cheer her up by suggesting talking with Mamo, the man with his Earth shirt. Like this man, this grown-ass man, because I believe he's a legal adult by now.
Earth.
Earth.
In case it wasn't obvious,
Like,
but he was the
you
guardian
saw
of,
that?
yes. Oh.
I know, he was like, okay, I gotta remind everybody who I am. King of the Earth. All right. So let's see, where else are we? All right, so he listens. Instead of addressing any of the issues, decides to start distract her, which isn't the worst thing, so I'll give this one a pass. But there's something that keeps going over where I'm at. He takes her in to see an abandoned house. In Usagi's mind, she goes dirty. She's like, ooh, we're gonna have relations in a musty, dusty, abandoned ass home? Hells yeah. Like, she's into it, and I'm like, girl, raise your standards.
Established that he lives alone in his apartment where they have boned previously. Like, why?
Right? And then, surprise, it's kittens. A little girl is there taking and feeding care of them. Usagi decides to help the little girl. At this point, the demon egg finds a puzzle of a cat. Usagi is trying to pawn all the cats off on her friends. That fails. Little girl goes home, and there's a sexy, evil cat girl waiting for her when she touches the puzzle. Like, that's a hell of a welcome home. Demon tries to strangle the little girl, and then the tail crumbles into puzzle pieces. It's actually, like, really cool animation. Like, I get why they wanted it to be a puzzle, not just a sexy cat girl, because the sexy cat girl was probably the initial idea, and then they're like, shit, wait, we have to make this legitimate. So they switch it to that.
What innocent object
Like,
can be transformed?
Puzzle. All right, so the little girl, so the demon tries to strangle the little girl, couples in puzzle pieces. She runs back to where the cats are living. Evil cat girl shows up. The cats hear the little girl in distress and alert the scouts. She tries to steal the little girl's heart in the sexiest way possible, because that's the theme this season. Sailor Moon tries to transform and she can't. The inners transform and proceed to get their asses kicked. Cat girl takes out Usagi and the cats, proceeds to full take out the little girl's heart, and then gets absolutely obliterated by the outers. The outers proceed to shit talk and check the talisman before returning it to the little girl. Inners are beaten up and in awe when the monster comes back. Venus begs Uranus and Neptune for help, saying if they're fellow soldiers, they should fight together. Uranus sets them straight, the only straight thing in this season. They're on a different team, and Neptune says, handle it yourself. Cat girl strangles Usagi before Rose saves her, and Tux appears at the highest place possible in the room again. Like, this man takes the time to climb.
Wait, no, he's using his hand glider.
But
Yeah.
oh my god! The magical King and Endymion
never
hang glider.
never forget.
Yeah.
Never forget
Never.
King Endymion's hang
I
glider.
will never.
Hang glider is my favorite character
Oh my
in
God.
Sailor Moon, actually.
Iconic.
Iconic. Oh my god. So the cat girl strangles Usagi before Rose saves her, Tux appears, blah 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 blah. He stabs through the cat girl, but she's mad, and the puzzle snaps his stick in half and then beats the ever-loving shit out of him again. His last effort, he hits her in the face with the rose while dying from 2 whole scratches. Yes, 2 whole scratches. And that didn't even make it in the skin. It's not even in the skin. Like, it's just on his clothing. But the cat girl goes to finish them off and is pushed back by the power of Usagi and Mamo's love. They transform into Prince Endymion and Princess Serenity, and they magically make the Rod of Love. Combined powers my ass. I want to see a scale. I feel like that's more of a Venn diagram missing parts. Yeah. Usagi transforms and destroys the monster of the day back into a puzzle. Usagi's super happy she was able to transform and win. The inners are beat to shit and holding on to each other. They transform and go back to find a place for the cats. They find an animal shelter. The end.
Oh no, why are we being right back? Oh.
Bye.
Yeah.
All right, that's it. We're done. That's
You
the
really
end
are
of the
right
stream.
back.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Sexy cat girl.
I made a note here, by the way, flashing screen warning mid-episode.
Oh, yeah.
There will be some various flashing screens, so be advised if that will be a potential issue for you. There's also a note in here, though it's forever hard to tell whether it applies to this episode or not, because it's one of our stock examples that says Julia was a hater about Mama again. That might have been specific
might
to
have
this
been
episode,
legit.
but that might have just been
I
one of our
mean,
standard notes.
It is one of our standard notes, but this was true.
Yeah.
If you watch,
Yeah.
she didn't want to be on camera because we're working on some cosplay stuff, but you can hear her like in the background, on the Patreon, and so you can thoroughly enjoy every negative thing she had to say about Mamoru the entire time.
Yeah.
Yup.
I can be her anger translator. This is fine.
All right, so let's again be nice for a while before we pretend that we're, have no cat emotions and then we have them. So what worked? Animation quality.
I love the lab.
This is all you.
I wrote like a
all you.
fucking novel.
This
I know, I
this
just look
so
at 'em
much
like,
better.
pink.
Yep.
Classic wall
Okay.
of pink text.
Yeah. Like, let me write down all of the thoughts before they leave my brain. I
go
love
off.
the lab. I love the lab so much. Like, it is just, I mean, aside from like the safety violations, like we gotta get like an OSHA counter, especially for this season, because like the amount of intra-office sabotage going on. Like, anyway, but the horror of like the puzzle and then the hot cat girl and then reforming herself out of puzzle pieces, inspired. I also love the defeat animation this season where it's just like you get hit by a giant heart and like Looney Tunes wall through it shatters. It's so good. Once again, peak physical Sailor Moon comedy with Usagi strangling Luna and then getting her face scratched to shit. Once again, -1 for poor lab safety, sir. Get you some better glasses and beakers. Usagi's nightmare animation was so like owie, my heart, but in the best way. There were weird eyeballs this episode, I guess. I'm trying to like remember.
You're trying to figure out what your notes are. Yes.
Oh yeah, and then the Yoma gets her claws stuck in something as she's like trying to go, and I'm like, this is a literal cat. Excellent, 10 out of 10. The stray cats, like Stray Cat Army, my whole heart, 10 out of 10. And then it's just screaming about super compact and spiral heart attack. Yeah, buddy. Usagi with the brain cell. She used her noodle this episode. I'm very proud of her. Anyway.
Yeah, a thing I particularly liked animation-wise, the Yoma's cattail dissolving into puzzle pieces is so cool. The puzzle reassembling itself, also baller. Like, oof, I love it.
Second was coming here to say that.
And then the other thing that I loved in terms of like an animation / sound choice was the child hearing the sound of the cat's Yoma bell coming towards her is a successfully creepy lampshading of the noise of a cat bell. Like normally the noise of a cat bell is like, oh, that's where my cat is. I wonder if they're up to some silly shenanigans. Like, but in this case, because she's trying to hide from this evil cat monster, the sound of the cat bell coming closer to her is very successfully creepy.
Yeah.
Super effective. I loved it.
Yes.
Okay. Plot structure. What did we like?
I always love it when Sailor Moon gets depowered for a while, as this usually leads to some fun and creative problem solving on her part, which it does. And then is always followed by a power payoff, which it will. This episode just contains truly hang on a second. Stop! Morgana was trying to claw up the carpet. I'm in my office,
saucy.
which is a bedroom.
Morgana's
my
a cat, by the way.
Which is a bedroom, and so it has a closet. And she's like, "Let me in the closet." No, baby, there's literally nothing in there for you.
Yeah.
This contains truly an excellent amount of horror. As the daimon, and then as the daimon assembles itself, and then just a hot cat girl falls along.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of this is what I sort of complained about last time, where it's just like it's these true moments of horror, and then it's just such the goofiest, horniest design you've ever seen.
Yep.
Because like Michi, for your skit,
And then
like most of the monsters of the week were from this season.
No, they
Oh,
were all from different
really?
seasons.
Mhm.
Yeah, we specifically
Ah.
did that so that it would tell a story.
Yeah,
Ah.
toothpaste. Toothpaste is from Super S.
Okay.
And then I was from the second. And then
I was from
Rizuki was
Supers
from
also. Yeah, fourth.
Yeah.
fourth.
Tennis ball children.
And then the princess, what's her face, was from the
Mhm.
first season.
That's right.
Yep.
And then we had the cat.
So yeah, we have a
Yeah.
nice cross.
And then we did have her.
And then we had
Yes.
and Breathless
Yeah.
Air was this lovely creature.
Yes.
Yes, if anybody ever wants to see a really amazing cosplay of this monster of the week, check out Breathless Air Designs on Instagram. So good.
Phenomenal.
10 out of 10.
Also, all of Breathless
Yeah,
Air,
like
Breathless Air's
literally
cosplays.
Yeah,
Phenomenal.
In general.
just in general.
Okay, so let's see. More likes of plot structure. Michi, I think the next one is you.
Oh, Cat's in need. Serena tries to adopt them all out. Villain turns into Cat Girl from the puzzle. Sailor Scout, Cats win.
Cats for the win.
That is the plot.
That's my plot structure.
Cats for the win. I also liked that we were like, because like I was bitching earlier in the episode. I'm like, Usagi, you literally like not even that long ago fought a Yoma at an animal shelter. You know where these cats can go. You can bring them
Yeah.
to the animal. And then at the end of the episode, she
Yeah,
was
the
like,
animal
"Bitch,
shelter
you
pretty
we should
recent.
bring them to the animal shelter." I'm like,
No way.
"Oh my god, you have a brain
Who'da
cell!"
thought? Yep.
That was the brain cell moment. There we go. It's all coming back to me.
Yeah. All right, so characterization. The one of mine clearly was in the wrong section because this is in the grows, not the glows. But my very first note says, Dr. Tomoe, why are you pop quizzing your most loyal subordinate? Like, I get that we need to do some exposition, but show the woman
Yeah.
some respect.
And I said,
Yeah.
supportive Luna is a nice change of pace.
I think my second bullet point there was supposed to be off of Relia's bullet point because it really talks about Luna, but he has not sipped his respect women juice and will continue to not.
Yeah.
He will not. Yep.
Which,
Okay, so
like,
now I start saying
I
nice
guess it's
things.
like it's good characterization of him because like raging misogynistic prick. So like it's serving its
Yeah.
purpose to make us hate him. So I guess this can go under positives for you did the thing that you were supposed to do, but we don't like it.
Yeah, you were successfully garbage in the same way that like I frequently would like positively talk about how shitty Diamond was. I was just like, wow, they made him so hateable in a good way. So all right, here's some me actually saying some positive things. I love when a character has a crisis of confidence and has like anxiety dreams. So good. And then shocked supportive Luna, supportive Darian. And then I wrote, Darian apparently doesn't know how to help Serena with her crisis, but he thought that taking her on an Urbex adventure to see some stray cats would cheer her up. Not wrong?
Yeah.
I mean,
Not wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a problem that seeing some cats about it would not fix?
Or
Yeah.
at least help with.
Right, like I'm gonna go Freud here and be like, have you done some cats about it? As opposed to doing some coke about it, which was his solution to everything.
Yep.
Hey, is it my turn? Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Lita's what? Your who will not allow you to have a cat? Lita's mom?
Your dead mom?
You're dead,
Your
Mom.
dead mom?
Alone?
Literally, she's an orphan. Her parents are dead. What mom?
Yeah. Like,
I do. I do absolutely love the characterization that Uranus and Neptune literally fuck off and abandon the innocent child civilian and the squad to danger. Like it really strongly and immediately establishes what kind of Senshi they are and what they're willing to do to achieve their mission. A small child was in peril, and they were just like, "That seems like a you problem." I also really like at the end where Serena teases her friends that she's giving them each some of the stray cats and then reveals that she's joking and she already called the animal shelter. Like it's really cute to see her being playful and not just a comedic idiot. That it's not like you immediately assume that she was just being stupid. But no, she did the
she was doing a
intelligent
bit.
thing. She was just joking, and I love that. It was
She was
really
doing an
sweet.
intentional bit. Also, not me coming in here to see that I did write stuff in here. I just need to scroll down. I am dumb. This is not a bit.
Yes, your note begins
The
with
brain
Usagi
cell.
with the
Yeah.
brain cell.
I'm like, oh, I already said all this.
We can keep going if you want.
Yeah.
It's all
Momo's
good.
like
Okay,
less
yep.
controlling than he usually is, so like I'll add that in. Go Momo, go Luna.
Yeah.
They don't suck.
We enjoyed their
Yeah.
presence in this
Yeah.
episode. Relevance to the ongoing story.
Well, this feels like a pretty typical filler, minus Dr. Tomoe's pop quiz, which exists literally only to make sure that the audience is straight up told, we're not going to do any showing, we're not going to do any sort of contextualized storytelling, we're just going to tell you. So, like, there is a little bit of important context here, but it is otherwise, it's just a filler episode. But a hot cat girl.
Yeah.
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 I said hot cat girl's an effective villain.
Relevance to the ongoing story. This is the episode where Sailor Moon and Tuxedo Mask's love allows Sailor Moon to get a new compact and a new weapon, so that's a thing.
Hooray.
Yeah, like I said, I like it when she gets depowered because it always winds up with a payoff, and it sure does.
Mhm.
Yep.
Agreed.
The love ride. I just can't. Come on.
It was born. It was born. That's the
was
worst
born.
part.
I can't believe that's the actual title.
A lot of love is born.
Yeah. Yeah. Yay. Outers are boss ass bitches. Ding.
Yeah, I said shows Uranus and Neptune don't need shit from the inners or Moon.
All right. Was it exciting, engaging, even if it wasn't relevant or high
Yes,
quality?
I love this episode. Great Sailor Moon villain. Great introduction to the best two characters of the season. Also, love a magical girl item power up.
I thought it was okay.
Yeah. Rewatching. Oh, go ahead, Liz.
Oh no, it's okay. I was just saying, it's okay. Like it was just a filler episode, but I really just appreciated the puzzle animation. That was just my favorite part of the whole thing. Everything else, I was just kind of blah for me. Kind of, I don't know. It just seemed like your standard stock episode of filler that I could do without.
Yeah, rewatching this was kind of a bummer for me because, like, I remember really, really loving this one, and probably because I was just projecting weird little gay feelings onto Hot Cat Girl. But like, yeah, I really loved this one as a kid, and like, it didn't hit the same as a grown up. Like, it's good, but it feels like it's a filler episode, and then we've just like tossed in a love rod and a compact, and it's like we have some significant. Anyway, we found love in a hopeless place, in a weird.
Okay, Rihanna.
They found the love rod in a hopeless place.
That's another
Alright,
good bit for a short, by the
so-
way.
Yep. Okay, so standout moment of the episode.
Okay, so listen. Amy shoves an entire huge American-style sandwich into Luna's mouth. And she does it to shut her up, and she does it in the funniest way possible, where she just grabs that sandwich, grabs that the cat's head, and then...
And because it's Amy, like, it's extra funny. Genuinely,
Yes.
it's just one of the classic, really funny moments in the
Yeah.
Sailor Moon anime. That's just, it's there and gone, but it's hilarious. So for me, the standout moment was the lesbian saying, "Oh no, we're not here to help. We're here to steal from you. Good luck not dying," and then fucking
Yeah,
off.
they're like, thoughts and prayers, goodbye.
Yeah. Sorrows. Yes, that.
All right, and favorite part?
Tuxedo Mask's Earth shirt.
Gotta shout out Deep Submerge shooting in from off screen.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
+1. Luna recommending that Serena seek support from her boyfriend, and her boyfriend trying to cheer her up by showing some cats. Like, these are two characters that have pissed me off so much in so many episodes with the way they treat Serena, and I was very proud of both of them in this episode.
I mean, to be fair, this is like I'm loath to admit having anything in common with Momo other than like an astrological sign.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same.
I mean, at least we have Seiya for that month. Anyway, it's like we just, but yeah, like
That August
Yeah,
3rd
yeah.
motherfucker.
like I do that with fiance all the time. I'm like, oh, you had hard day. Would you like a cat video about it? So
Would a cat video help this moment?
yeah.
Yeah, when wouldn't it help?
Yeah. So yeah, 10 out of 10 for supportive Luna and Momo, because that rarely happens. And then also just how fucking cold the outers are, like yes.
All right, favorite character
Sailor
of the
Uranus
episode.
and Sailor Neptune, and you'll hear that for the rest of the season.
I wrote the only correct
same.
answer.
You're gonna hear that from me too.
Yeah. I'm gonna give this one to the like supportive shelter cat army. Like those little buddies. They were so brave. Like yeah.
They were though. They were.
Mhm.
Rizuki, favorite character?
I mean, Uranus and Neptune, but also there were a lot of cats. And they were really cute. And I really enjoyed them. And they made me happy. And they made me miss my cats because they're at my mom's. So, yeah.
Oh, I love that, like, what it takes to compete with Sailor Uranus and Neptune is literally you have to be adorable cat.
It's like, oh, yeah, everyone
That
else
is
is
the
like
level
over
you
there
have to
somewhere,
ride
but like
to.
Uranus and Neptune cats.
Mhm.
That's it.
Yep.
That's all I need. I'm fine.
Yep. All right, so let's get negative. What didn't work? Animation quality. What didn't you like?
Horny heart snatching on the child.
Yeah, no.
Yep. So in
Nope.
this case, if you haven't watched the episode, the star that the Yoma uses to attack the child is she lifts up her skirt and flashes like the junction between her thigh and her hip, and that's where the star is. It's very horny and very
so
unnecessary.
Horny. It's so horny.
Yeah. What in the fresh fuck were the eyeballs this episode? Like they were something. I was not a fan.
All right. Plot structure. What didn't
Nothing
we
loved
like?
it.
So for me, this felt like another episode that could have easily been quite good, but just wasn't. Like, they gave such a strong premise. Sailor Moon feels like the silver crystal has lost its shine and she can't power up, but they never provide any investigation into why that's happening, and it doesn't cause any lasting problems, and the solution feels incredibly random. Like, apparently just the fact that Tuxedo Mask and Sailor Moon love each other solves the problem that we never understood in the first place. It makes no sense. I wrote, makes no sense, also does not compel me. Because I'm a big fan of makes no sense,
True.
compels me, though.
Mhm.
This was not that. I get that it's a manga plot point that they felt that they wanted to hit, but it fell flat in the manga and it falls flat here.
Yeah, Momo becomes not an absolute asshole for one whole episode, and we get a new compact and wand. And also the cat's just like, oh yes, this very like established moon weapon in the lineage of moon weapon, the spiral moon heart rot. Like, how the fuck we just made this? how do you have the down, like, why didn't Queen Serenity have this shit? Why didn't she fuck up Barrel with this shit? Anyway, and I guess it's a better reason than a random horse gave me a kaleidoscope in a dream, but like, only just.
Like it is entirely possible that Queen Serenity never could have made the Rod of Love, because for all we know, she may have created Princess Serenity via abiogenesis. Like there may not have been a second
Yeah.
person involved, so there may not have been a love of that kind that could create a Rod of Love.
It's just RPG rules. She wasn't high enough level and it didn't unlock.
Yeah.
He didn't have the
Okay.
XP
Yep.
at the time.
Yeah, nope.
Yep, real.
So you gotta
All right,
fuck to
so-
get power-ups. That's what we're saying.
I like
Couldn't hurt.
That's another really good clip, by the way.
That is not going in the clips.
But are we wrong though? Because like the outers definitely
It's the Rod of Love.
Listen, the Rod of Love is getting its own clip, but
You could
No.
bleep it.
You can't bleep
It's
the Rod
true.
of Love.
Be like, so you have to beep to power up, then all of us being like, that was pretty
Couldn't
funny.
hurt.
I'm just saying the
All right,
characters that we
so-
know canonically like are the most powerful, so
It is true that Uranus and Neptune are quite powerful.
Let's carry on. Let's keep going.
Anyway, negatives in the characterization
So
department.
here's where I threw a couple of my issues with the dub script and pronunciation. Like that's where I threw Hosty last time. They pronouncing his last name Tomo, Dr. Tomo.
Just
Gonna have to
Tomo.
live with that one too. And then we're calling it the Purity Chalice. Can't say. God forbid we say Holy Grail. A Western audience surely has no idea what the Holy Grail is. There's not a really famous Western touchstone movie with those words in the title.
yeah, no, that doesn't exist. I guess
Monty Python's
No.
never
No.
searched for it.
no. Like I feel like we were trying to like dodge like religious connotations, and then we just like went the whole horseshoe back around to
Kinda,
religious
yeah.
connotations, because how in the purity chalice?
Yeah.
Purity Chalice.
Also, like,
Purity
just to be
Chalice.
real clear, the Holy Grail as a religious connotation is a thing that's been riffed on in plenty of other media before, and is not actually like a sacrosanct Christian concept. Like,
Right.
it's
Yeah,
it's apocryphal. It's like extra Christian lore. It's not like a high church concept. It is okay to be played with.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
there is
Yes.
no reason for them to have censored this whatsoever.
No.
It's not like they
No.
came out and was just like, the Holy Trinity doesn't exist, enjoy your heresy. Like,
Yeah.
the people who were raised Catholic really liked that one.
it definitely wasn't, and I definitely have no idea what
You were
gonna
like,
say.
I don't know what you're talking about, but the rest of that was a psychic damage splashed at the rest of them.
I know, I'm like looking at all of them, and like there's such like true pain in their faces.
Like, I ain't even Catholic, but like,
Okay. Anyway, enjoyed that one.
yeah.
Yeah, so Ducky, you had an additional quibble in
Oh
along with
yes.
your bullet about Purity Chalice.
Purity chalice. Why are we making this a purity ring? Also, like, I mean, okay, hang on. I'm finding I'm finding a redemption of like, okay, we're not associating purity with virginity because we have established that Usagi fucks, and she is able to wield said purity chalice later in this season. Okay, great. We've made it sex positive. Yippee. Dr. Tomoe, Jesus Christ. Being a sexist asshat is in line with his character, but like, ew. Also, like, them fucking up his name is like so stupid, because like literally like the meaning of his name is those like, it's like the like Japanese symbols that look like little apostrophes. which is also repeated in the motif of the diamond eggies. It hurts me extra bad because of that. It's like, okay, you were so close and you could have done the thing and you just
Characterization, my big note here was where I decided to point it out, was all caps. They gave Lita an alive mom.
Yeah, my face when the script forgets a major character detail.
Yeah, no, because like they established in season 1 that she's dead. I remember this.
Oh yeah, but she lives alone. That's
Yeah,
an important
yeah.
detail.
Oh, yeah.
That's
She
an
lives
important detail that comes up repeatedly. She
Yes,
lives alone.
not just once.
Yes.
like
No.
7 episodes ago. No.
Yeah. Yeah. Also,
It's part of why she has so many
Yeah.
homemaking skills, is that she lives alone.
Like, is
her
Lita just
plants.
doing a bit here? Is she like, my mom won't let me? Like,
no, that's
Oh my
funnier.
God!
But
Imagine she was
I'm
like,
certain.
Serena's dumb enough.
She'll believe it.
Oh, wait, what if she fell for it?
Like, I'm certain that's not the case, but
Yeah,
imagine.
I'm.
Oh my god.
Like, Lita's like, my mom won't let me have one, and Amy right next to her is like, girl, mom is dead.
Don't,
He's like,
don't do this.
Don't
No,
do
I
that.
like the idea that it's a bit. That's so much funnier than what the ideal. What is
Than the
probably
reality.
the reality is that they just forgot that her
Forgot.
mom's dead.
Yeah.
I hate Amara's voice, but I think that's because my identity was formed by hearing Megumi Ogata talk.
yeah, like Michiru's voice, Michelle's voice is fine for me, since there's a degree to which she is kind of flat and unflappable. But Amara's voice just sounds like a little bit dead. That's not my Haruka.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. There's something about the way Megumi Ogata talks that's like deep and warm. That is completely lacking. Like the woman who does her voice does have a pretty deep voice.
Yeah.
I'm like, can always go lower. But like I don't know, women with deep voices, and like Haruka should have one, and it should, I don't know, should make everyone kind of go like,
That's
oh, it makes everyone a little bisexual when she starts talking, and it's sort of lacking for me. But like, I don't know, I'm pretty willing to write that off as what it means to me, as opposed to it being a critique of the performance.
Oh, I get that completely, because that's me with stars, but we'll get there one day, so I understand fully.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's like the whole point of Haruka is that she's supposed to be like very like androgynous, to the point of like, you don't know until she's like, hi, I'm a sailor Senshi. So like her voice isn't like convincingly androgynous to me. Like, it's not ambiguous enough in the dub, and like this may change upon rewatch because it's been like literally a decade. But I remember, I think it was like Marine Cathedral, and like she's just like a lot. And I'm like, bruh, you're literally fucking dying. Can we sound like we're doing more than reading the phone book? Please, I beg. Like,
No. Clearly.
Yeah.
All right, so negatives on relevance to the ongoing story.
Oh, that's me. I'm once again struggling to pay attention.
It is you.
I struggle to pay attention to this episode.
So,
That was my note. I struggled to pay attention to this episode. I was just like, I was like, I'm bored. I'm gonna go do something else.
yeah, like I was clearly bored because my note here just says something power up a new weapon.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's about
Really.
plot-wise how relevant it was. Was it boring? If so, why?
Listen, Monica and I are on different islands right now. It's kind of hilarious how different we're seeing these episodes, and I absolutely love that. I love having different opinions. But Uranus and Neptune talked and could have been lesbians by subtext, so I was entertained.
One crumb.
Give me a crumb.
It should have been ambiently gay, and that got me.
I was like, cool, I'm entertained. Hi, lesbians. Close enough.
I'm here.
Yeah, for me, as far as boringness, like they failed entirely to deliver on the premise of what interesting things could happen if Sailor Moon suddenly lost her powers. Nothing. No interesting
Nothing.
things
Yeah.
happened. She got him back.
Yeah, I put this like sourpuss note earlier because I was bamboozled trying to navigate the talk. But like, yeah, like we've lost powers for like an episode in a like an episode in total, right? Like because we were
Mhm.
able to successfully transform and then not last episode, and then like by the end of this episode we're able to transform and we have a power up and like yada yada. It's like, okay, let's like stretch this out a little bit more. Like let's build some stakes so that we can like appreciate the power up and the love rod.
Like, is the implication that she lost the ability to transform because the
Crunched
Yoma like
it?
bit her brooch?
I think that is
Like-
supposed to be what we're taking away from it. Like it got damaged enough that it couldn't work. Never mind that the silver crystal is inside it, right?
Right.
Right.
Like,
it's
I
inside
don't
the
know,
brooch.
the mechanism.
Yeah, like that thing's
Don't think
supposed
about
to
it.
be like harder than a diamond.
Little did any enemy know that
Yeah.
they can just
Crunch it.
scraunch it and she'll have to do a power up. Now, to be clear, in the R movie, it gets scraunched. She doesn't like have to get a new brooch after that. But
Yeah.
don't worry about it. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
Worst part of the episode. My note was, who is this random child?
Still no outers reveal. I am big mad. Please give me my gaze.
Can you
Show
can you
them
all
to
hear
us.
Morgana?
I can hear
complaining?
Morgana.
Okay,
Yes, I
she's
heard
laying
her
on the
meowing.
floor,
Yes.
screaming at me.
That's fine.
Yes.
She's also mad about the lack of faces of lesbians.
She is.
I respect it. She agreed.
All right. Thing it could have done entirely without. My note was Professor Tomo's
Mood.
pop quiz.
Yeah.
Yep. Like just don't quiz her on literally the thing she's been trying to accomplish with you. Okay. So we get to the what would make it better part. Cooking mama
Let
is
mother
here
cook.
to do my best. All right. I feel like the entire episode they really let the like little girl with stray cat subplot pull focus away from what should have led, which was Serena feeling as though she's going to lose her powers, discovering she did lose her powers, and trying to work through this with her man by her side. This is the first season where we're seeing her go into a problem with her true love as an available support system. And I was really interested to see her exploring this crisis with Darian and him being a supportive boyfriend. Like I would have genuinely loved a whole episode really focusing on that, if not a multi-episode arc. I feel like we may not enjoy Darian, but like wouldn't we enjoy him so much better if their relationship felt developed and we saw them like getting closer and supporting each other? I think having Moon be depowered a few episodes would be the perfect chance to slot in some power up episodes for the other inners, who then have to step up and develop new powers in the absence of being able to lean on Sailor Moon to finish things every time. Let's see some kind of explanation too for why Sailor Moon lost her powers or why her previous weapons weren't effective anymore. Is this related to the fact that her silver crystal was just double drained in the R battle while also being in the time space as a second silver crystal, causing a time paradox which led to her powers being destabilized? And then seeing Tuxedo Mask and Moon find a solution together and him emotionally supporting her as she struggles to cope with the idea of how to help her friends if she can't do that in a magical way. You could have done so goddamn much with this instead of doing nothing with it.
All of that.
So
Because
it's
like
not-
yeah, mother has cooked. Exactly. Like I bitch about Mama all the fucking time, but it's literally because he's an asshole until like we need him to not be one because plot.
Basically.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's like you don't
And then they're like, it was
yeah,
true
and
love
it's
all
like you
along.
don't deserve Usagi. You're being a douche. Like stop it. And I use that pejoratively, not because vaginas are bad, but because douches are bad for vaginas.
You are a
Correct.
douche if you are useless and harmful to women.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
True, so true. All right, so let's rate
I'm
the
gonna
episode.
give this a 2.5 out of 5. It's not bad, but I was bored.
I'm gonna give it a 4 out of 5. I really enjoyed this one, and I have heavy nostalgia goggles and can admit it.
Yeah, I mean, I did we talk about there was an episode in the second season where I was like, this episode sucks, but I remember it very fondly.
The problem is, I enjoyed it just as much as when I was little. I can't help it. I just like Haruka
You're allowed
and
to like
Michi
it.
were on the screen.
I don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah. I give it a 2.5.
Duckie?
I said the animation wasn't great and the plot is just not well done, as expounded upon at length. And I tend to hold episodes where we get like power-ups and like finales to a higher standard, and like this just was not it.
Yeah, I was very middle of the road. I went with a 3, but I could easily go either way. The concept was strong, but the execution was just such a letdown for me.
And then
I
Rizuki?
fully agree
Rizuki,
with
where you
that.
at?
I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. I don't know if I care. So 3 is fine.
All right, so can we like agree on a 3?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I think 3 would be
I think that's
basically
the
the
math.
average.
I think so. That's why
Yeah.
I trust me. Do not put me on math. I'm like,
Oh, I think that's actually the exact mathematical
Really?
average. Because we take 1 from your 4 down to a 3, and we give half of it to the 2.5 and half of it to the 2.5, and then we're all at a 3. Yeah.
Okay, Ami,
Yeah,
thank
it's
you.
exactly averages out to a 3.
yay! So we say, good job.
This is my bachelor's in mathematics coming in clutch to average 5 numbers together.
Oh,
All right, cousin counter
Still 0 for now.
and a collective sigh of relief.
Holding strong.
It's a big old goose egg. Thank fucking God.
All right, and then smash or pass.
Oh, smash. Smash.
Yeah, hard smash.
Smash.
Smash, but only if there are like some transformations into or out of puzzle pieces along the way.
Yeah.
Like elevate the catgirl
okay,
concept.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Sailor Denzel.
Sailor Denzel. I feel that. I understand.
Yeah,
Okay, I
that's
can
valid.
understand.
That's
That's
valid.
very valid.
This is a problem that I frequently encounter.
Rizuki, smash or pass?
Smash is fine.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned. Like, I don't want her to like puzzle pieces, and then it's just like, oh no. But yeah,
She does reform though.
Yeah, like if they were like smooth
reform.
puzzle pieces, then like
I'm gonna think about this in too much detail if we
All right,
don't
next.
kill it
next.
here,
correct.
and
Okay,
it's gonna
okay.
go places. So let's just move on.
I like
let's just do we-
giving
do we
messed up
recommend it?
answers and making
If-
you all think.
If you want to be hot cat girl, you can be.
Yep. Do we recommend
No.
this episode?
Oh,
That's
boy.
another good one for the. Another good one.
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
That was perfect.
Yeah.
Duckie, do you recommend it?
I don't, but this is on like the curated playlist of like we got a power up, you gotta watch the episode. So like for that, yes, but like no, not for just like I want to have fun while watching Sailor Moon. Like it's fine. It's not the worst, but like.
Michi, do you recommend it?
Absolutely. I think it has a really cool villain. I think it's just a great episode.
All right, for me, kind of a letdown. You can skip it and imagine a cooler episode in its place. Rizuki, do you recommend it?
I don't care enough. But if you want to watch if you want to watch the Love Rod be born, watch.
All right, so I think I've been outvoted. Wait, no, because everybody's like so middle of the road. I don't have a graphic for middle of the road.
A new
We don't have like a
new graphic that's just Comic Sans that just says, I don't know, watch it if you want to.
It gets the gold star like Comic Sans. You tried, but
You
tried
tried.
is misspelled. And like
yeah.
off center outside of the star for me.
Oh, that's funny. Oh my god. All right, so we'll just say maybe.
It's a shrug emoji.
Here's the thing: the entire comment section is with me.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Comment section
Yeah, they
is
are.
all into it. Okay, we'll take the audience
we will
into
defer
account.
to the
That's
audience.
fine. Yep. The audience
All
does
right,
watch
we're
it.
gonna say
Hang on.
we recommend
Here's
it.
my bad recommendation. I'm sharing my screen.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh.
no.
I'm
Yeah, do
excited.
it. Michi, can you put it up,
Oh,
bro?
Lord. Beautiful.
Like the fact that it's a
It's
screenshot too.
not
is,
even
like,
a
so
screenshot.
good.
It's literally a Word document.
Document.
Yep.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I
Beautiful.
love it. Oh my god.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Welcome to our show.
Spell check.
What
has
was
gone
that
into it, yep.
one that on Jackbox where we had to like draw things?
Oh, that was great.
We should like
Oh god.
TKO?
Yeah.
do
One of those.
do like an MS Paint
Yeah, I think it was
like
TKO.
soggy like poorly drawn shrug emoji to add.
Yes. I almost wore my Dead Scream I'm
Oh my
okay shirt
God.
today. I thought about it.
All right, shall we go over the comments?
Hell yeah.
Yes.
All right, so I got a lot of pinned comments from that.
Yay.
Sailor Denzel says, can I just say, I love the shot of the diamond egg just flying across the city like it's sightseeing or something.
Very funny. Yeah.
Oh my god. And then coming in saying, not only was the animation team horny, so was Usagi.
Yeah.
I mean,
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
And then also saying, the diamond Nekonel serves so much C word that you will be automated.
Yes. Yes, she does. She does.
Yes. And then also saying, also Linda sounds so much better when she does her princess voice than when she's trying to be Terry Hawks. I wish they would have let her be her own person when voicing Serena.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then KBV Cosplay says, would a cat video help in these trying times?
Yes.
yes.
Honestly,
Yeah.
it would though.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Just Danny
Like-
DeVito cat.
Again, Mama was right. It would help.
And then also says, Mama Serenity relied on her first wand and never upgraded equipment. That's why Metalia won.
Yeah.
And then also saying, I mean, yeah, there's no comparison, but I like dub voices for the lesbians. I'm with you, I'm totally here. I love both their voices.
Like I don't know. Like sometimes they feel like it feels like they're just annoyed to be there sometimes, and then sometimes they put their whole pussy into it. And when they put their whole pussy into it, I love them. But like when they're just like, I am reading the phone book, I'm just
Yeah, that's understandable.
Like as I said, I don't mind on Michelle's voice. I don't mind
Yeah.
the flat effect at all. Because I could completely buy that from her. She is very reserved. She is not, if you like her, if you are appealed to her by her, it's not because she had to put effort into that or because she cared to put effort into that. She is not trying
Yeah.
to charm you at any moment. She's going to be herself. You will accept and admire the fact that she is amazing. She doesn't have to
Yeah.
also try to be charismatic at you. By contrast, my main issue with the voice acting for Amara is that like Haruka
Yes.
is a very charismatic person. She will cause bisexuality in everyone that she meets.
Will cause bisexuality.
Like it, and just like she's entrancing to be around. She's got a magnetic personality. Like everyone just like, we will see in the next episode that like people will literally forget that other people that they were talking to are present in a room when Haruka has arrived in the room. So like that's why I wish that Amara's voice acting didn't have that flatness to it, because there should be more.
Yeah,
of that
she's
charisma.
she's like honeyed words. Like she is just like
With like
she's got the drip.
Just a little sprinkling of fuckboy too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little, like just enough
Yeah.
to like make her a little intriguing and not enough to make her off-putting.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we will see in her race with me.
Yeah.
In the next
Momo,
episode.
but better.
Hi, Kiara.
Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. And then was also coming in just to play off that. So fun fact, Sarah LaFleur and Barbara Radecki got to record together for Amara and Michelle, which is why they play off each other so well in the dub.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna get to that. Or also said, but we're ignoring the fact that Michelle is Serena's mom.
Ikuko Mama is also
It's
hot.
true.
though.
Hot.
Is also hot.
And then Sailor Denzel cracked me up. We learned that Serena's a little freak. She was ready to get it on in that dumpster. Honestly, you go, girl.
Yeah, I mean, I respect it. I'm just like,
I'm concerned, but I respect it.
yeah,
Like, say what you want. She is genuinely so into Mamo.
Yeah.
Like, she genuinely wants to do it with
yeah.
him at every
She's just
moment.
down bad and like living up to her namesake.
I was gonna say like a bunny, yeah.
Yep.
And then this last one, we could have chosen an older victim. I think we all
Yeah.
agree that would have made it better.
Yeah, like it feels
Mhm,
very
mhm.
like I don't like hate them targeting children because like yeah, okay, we're gonna have
Yeah, that's
like
not the
a pure
issue.
heart crystal. It would be like a literal child, right? I'm sorry, Lady Chapel just took me out. But I'm gonna look this way so that I don't see this.
But yeah, no, but like the flashing of the
Yeah,
horny
it's
thigh
like
did not have to be at a child.
can we can make the Yoma like sexy, but can we put the star in like a less, can we just like flex?
On her knee, on her
Can we,
hand,
like-
on her.
Yeah.
On her freaking elbow. Like,
Help her fingertip.
Yeah.
Ding.
Yeah. Right.
boop. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Like-
I just love that Kiara had to come in saying it's not hard to be better than Mama.
Yeah. Mhm.
Real.
Mhm.
It's realness.
All right, that's good. So shall we do the next episode?
Yep, let's get into our last episode of the night. We're gonna end on a
Yes,
high
we
note,
are.
I will personally say. Dub episode 85 with the charming title Driving Dangerously.
Japanese episode 92 is titled The Wonderful Beautiful Boy, The Secret of Haruka to Know.
Guess what the secret's gonna be.
We could also just call this The Inners Discover a Butch for the first time.
Dude, this was Michi the lesbian discovers a butch for the first time. It was magical.
Oh my god. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah.
To be clear, Michi's summary is about 2 pages long, which is to say this is just a bullet by bullet, blow by blow of literally the entire episode with nothing cut out. That's how much we like this episode.
Listen, don't give me Haruka episodes to notate because I'm just gonna be like, with my hard eyes.
Yeah.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
there
Alright.
was
All right, hard eyes motherfucker, let's
Let's
do
go.
it.
All right, so the girls are studying for entrance exams, or at least they should be when Usagi finds Minago flirting with Green Flag Andrew. Usagi legit screams her lungs out at Minago. I mean, like, holds it in and then, like, belly screams at her. Like, it's something. And then Andrew takes the blame. Minago tries to great BS about not wasting their youth. Andrew's like, shit, they should have been studying after talking to them. So I think he learned his lesson for the rest of the seasons. Minago and Usagi are playing a racing game that Minago absolutely destroys Usagi on. A handsome person walks in and asks to drive alongside them. Minago yeets Usagi into the stratosphere and prepares to flirt with Haruka on the racetrack. Haruka, being Haruka, didn't even start the game when Minago tried to give Minago a head start. Haruka is, after relaxing, starts driving and shows Mina the meaning of driving, lapping her twice before she crashes out. Because we love our girl Mina, but her crash outs are legendary.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
My
they are.
favorite crash out of hers is it later on in the season with the vending machine when she
Yup.
wins all those prizes and she's like shaking Usagi against it. So good. Sorry, I'm teetering off. So, where were we? So Haruka flirts, being supportive with them. Michiru appears, and the rose petals and sexy music are back.
Sexy
Woot
saxophone.
woot. Minako and Usagi are like, oh no, she's hot. The girls are so flabbergasted by how hot Haruka, Michiru, and Haruka are that they forget Andrew was there. They're literally like, oh yeah. Gotta love it. Haruka Haruka and Michiru have coffee, and Usagi and Minako spy. Haruka and Michiru part so Haruka can check on one of her millions of cars in the shops. Today it's a convertible. Minako and Usagi fight over Haruka and sorry. I lost my place.
Sorry, I really enjoyed, by the way, today it's a convertible.
Convertible.
I'm sorry, but that girl has so many cars.
She does.
Oh my gosh.
And
But-
helicopters.
Parked between their helicopter and their like jet.
So
Yeah.
good. But Minako rightly brings up Usagi is taken, and Usagi's like, hell, I like to window shop.
Mhm.
So Dr. Tomoe is back in the lab with no lights on, breaks another container and another demon egg. Demon egg goes straight for Haruka's steering wheel. Minako tries to get Usagi to scram, but Usagi's like, they're hot, I'm staying. So Haruka walks over to the door, leans on the wall, and calls Usagi. Sorry, I keep just getting distracted. Minako tries to get Usagi to scram. They're saying, I'm hot. What? Let's see. Usagi and Minako want to know what type of relationship Haruka and Michiru have. Haruka gives Minako a pick-up talk. Michiru comes and reads her the riot act. Minako and Usagi ask Michiru directly. Michiru says no to their question, but it's a very interestingly phrased question. Meanwhile, at the hardworking and studying inners, aka Mercury, Mars, and Jupiter, they're all wondering where the two ditzes are. Ray calls it out that they're going after a guy. Haruka talks. We're back with Haruka and Michiru and everyone. Haruka talks about the guy whose pure heart is about to get stolen, but to be honest, I was just enjoying Haruka talking. Don't really remember what she said. Sorry, everybody, I'm really gay. And it comes out of my writing. All right, so Haruka talks about her former dream and new dream, and Michiru holds her hand lovingly. Shop Boy finishes the car, touches the steering wheel, and a sexy monster appears. This time with wheels and a head gasket. Shop Boy, Michiru holds back Haruka, telling her she needs to let nature take its course. Tweedledee and Tweedledum slip on some oil and get pushed into car boxes. Car Demon puts up the guy on hoisters, drives below him, lowers her windshield to reveal her boobs and the star, and takes his pure heart crystal. Miko is waiting for Haruka to save her, and is surprised she left. Usagi reminds her she's a superhero and she can transform. They ride a bike to catch up to the car villain, which is absolutely hysterical, with Minako doing all the huffing and puffing and Usagi taking all the glory. Meanwhile, Haruka and Michiru on one of Haruka's many motorcycles catch up quicker with the way Michiru is riding is impossible because she's riding a motorcycle side saddle. Give me a break. Then Haruka drives sideways on the fucking wall. They weren't even scouts, but Michiru is riding side saddle before Haruka goes up the wall. Remember that. Uranus and Neptune appear in sailor form in full color. Woot woot! The best music in Sailor Moon appears with them as they attack the monster. Usagi does her best ice skating performance, and the monster is dead. Car is left standing straight up, so that's a problem for the owner. Rest of the inners show up to the game parlor and tell Usagi and Minako off. Haruka appears without her jacket, and the face blindness in this episode is unmatched. Michiru points over to Haruka and crushes all the inner's dreams of a hot guy, but they all agree she's still hot.
Yeah.
That's the
The
episode.
gang discovers butches.
Noteworthy moments.
Oh, well, we finally get to see them.
Two of these, yeah. I don't know whose comment should we be jealous or jazzed is. My comment, noteworthy moment, we had an Andrew cameo. He is such a green flag. I genuinely love any time he gets to appear in the storyline.
Yes, it's so good.
All right, so what worked? Animation quality.
I am just this entire episode, like I was like, I'm so sorry because this is gonna be the end of the stream and I'm just gonna yap for forever because it's all of my favorite characters in one episode and well fuck. So I am just cackling because there's so much good ridiculous Sailor Moon animation in this one, like between Usagi and Mina like bickering with each other and like heart eyes and like he is hot, like 10 out of 10. Like so many like commonly used Sailor Moon gifs come from this episode specifically. Like it is just the cherry blossoms is so good. Like all of the stills of like, ooh, we're walking away dramatically, like chef's kiss. We got our first full deep submerge and world shaking, and they go so hard. Yes. All of my yes.
Yeah, it's like just flat out really nice animation for this
Yeah,
episode.
animation is popping, really funny faces and beautiful images. The eyes are super expressive in this episode.
This one's pretty to look at. Okay, plot structure. My comment says this episode is so good I'm losing my mind. The trash talk throughout this episode was also incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, so good. So good. The banter between Usagi and Mina and the rest of the girlies was like just chef's kiss 10 out of 10, like just so good. Also the Outers problem solving by crashing their own motorcycle. It's just like
One of many.
They can
yeah,
afford to
exactly.
replace it.
Like
It's fine.
superheroes, we have money.
Haruka's like, it was just
Yeah.
Yamaha.
It's great. It's great. It's great. It's lovely. It's fantastic. But yeah, if you ever wonder, gee, I wonder what it's like to room with Ducky and Ash and Yao. This episode just copy paste, like that's us.
Imagine the synchronized slip
All
and
right.
oil.
So good. Yeah.
Yo. All right. Characterization.
Okay,
What did we
Mina
like?
had this hilarious bubblegum story about how she gave bubblegum to her cat and then it gets caught in his whiskers. And I'm like, girl, why did you give bubblegum to a cat?
Like this is just a thing that she's like in the process of gabbing with Andrew about when Serena comes into the Crown Game Center. Like this is sort of as an aside stuffed in there. Again, one of those funny like blink and you miss it comedy moments from Sailor Moon in a very comedic episode of like the time that she gave bubblegum to Artemis.
You know, when she was saying that story, it took me, and it shouldn't have, but it took me like a good moment to be like, oh yeah, that's Artemis, not just this random like normal cat.
Normal cat. Yeah. She did this to Artemis. A cat was sent like human level
Yeah,
sentient.
it took me a moment when I watched it to like process that for some reason. I don't know why. I didn't process that she's talking about Artemis initially when she's explaining. I don't know.
Yeah.
No. And then my other comment was Mina's segue into Hunkosaurus Haruka was hilarious.
10 out
No
of 10.
studying for her.
No studying. Zero studying. I'm also realizing like how many of my like we call them Jessisms because we are unsure of where they came from. A lot of them came from the deep dub.
The deep dub that
Hilarious.
raised you.
Yeah. Clap ya trap. Like God damn it. This really is my whole personality. Peak Mina and Usagi, thank you, no notes. Mina going ham of like just I'm gonna beat this guy and it's gonna be so great, and no you ain't. And the crash out was like just so good. And Michiru immediately pulling up and being like, hello, that is my woman. Would you? Like, there's just like the teeny tiniest little head tilt of like, I don't want to murder. I will if I must. Perfection. And Ray immediately calling all of them on their bullshit like instantaneously of just like, you got distracted by pretty people and video games, didn't you? And it's like, yep. Red to filth. There was also, I'm a vehicle of destruction and you're my only passengers was line from the Yoma, and I'm just and also the did your license come from a cereal box is also a frequent Jessism in driving in Massachusetts.
I'm gonna start using that when I have recreational road rage.
It's very helpful. It's very cathartic. It's like instead of just flipping people the bird and just giving them like a sad, disapproving thumbs down, same energy.
Love
Yep.
it.
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
Yeah, okay. Characterization wise, this was a Mina and Serena episode. Super cute. Their interactions are always a delight. Absolutely everything about Moon and Venus's interactions in the entire episode is comedic gold. Like, they play off of each other so incredibly. This is a fine example of Sailor Moon comedy at its finest. No coincidence that the last time we got some of Sailor Moon comedy at its finest was also the Nurse Venus episode. When they let Venus be hilarious, the whole episode tends to just go off. It's incredible.
Yeah, they're right though. Haruka is a hunkosaurus.
Yeah, Haruka's intro scene is aggressively sexy. Like, I wrote down, this is so sexy, I'm losing my mind.
I was young and was like, I think I want to have whatever is going on right here.
Yeah. I would like to have what they're having, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Categories.
Again,
That's good taste.
my favorite was just when they're both watching Haruka leave and they're just like, "Hi, Andrew. When'd you get here?" It's like the most dazed look.
While standing in Andrew's game store, they forgot
When
that
did
Andrew
you
was
get
there.
to your own store?
Yeah.
When? What? When?
Huh? Yeah.
Incredible.
I wrote down a line that I think it's a Mina line. There were chemicals between me and him too.
Oh my god!
One of the dinguses said that.
Might
I
have
don't
been
remember.
Usagi. Yeah.
I also noted that I have always loved Mina and Usagi just losing their fucking minds over discovering a butch for the first time. I've also been around people who have discovered butches for the first time. Also, everything about this episode is so hard.
Yeah.
My god.
All right. What was the relevance to the ongoing story?
Haruka's hot, and it distracts Mina and Usagi.
I mean,
Correct.
can you blame them?
No,
Can-
not at all.
That's literally just a magnet. Like, the Outers have a heart, and we discovered a butch. Yippee! They're not total assholes. They do care, but they care about their mission more.
Yeah, in terms, they do. This is our first indication of like they have empathy. I felt that this was a fantastic character intro for Haruka. Definitely watch this one. Like, I know we're not at the do we recommend it section or not, but definitely watch this one. Okay. Was it exciting and engaging, even if it wasn't relevant or high quality? Monica is off feeding her cat Morgana, who was demanding to be fed, as you may have heard. And Monica said, "I love this episode, and watching this in English is like sandpaper." Michi?
I said yes. Haruka's a dreamboat. Monica and I are on the two opposite ends of the spectrum right now.
Like, this episode on Patreon, like, we're all just screaming the entirety of the episode. I was cackling the entire time. Like, I forgot how funny this episode was, and I was so happy to like watch it again and relive this, because it is just Usagi and Mina think with parts that are not their brains, and I love them for that.
Correct. Yeah, I wrote, it was so good that it's worth watching even if you only have access to the English dub. Like, that's how good this particular episode is.
Sadly, I know that it's not going to
Rizuki?
stay like this, though.
No,
No.
it's not. Rizuki, was it exciting and engaging?
For me, yes, just because Haruka, but also the fact that she looks this good and is just this dreamboat, even though I love Hotaru and Michiru's school uniforms, I cannot stand Haruka's. That suit is in the pants. I don't know what's happening.
It's ugly, and I've worn it.
Yeah,
It does not. It does not look good in real life either.
No, it doesn't. I just remember looking in the mirror
No,
being
it's
like,
bad plaid.
feel
you
like
look
it's
hot wearing this. I look like I have to talk to someone. Like, so yeah, Haruka, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Standout moment.
The really excellent. Like I wish the Cloverway dub had just stayed like this. That they hadn't gone in the bizarre censorious direction, because it's going to take it from being good to being real gross, and like knowing that is coming ruins it for me. But I really love them being like, "You're good at this," and she goes, "Yes, I am," which is so in character. It's more in character than her Japanese line, which I don't remember what she says. But it's
I don't remember, but I just remember being upset it wasn't that.
It's not that. She said, I think she said something kind of nice. Because
probably.
like the English is already making her like a little bit more of a fuckboy. Like one of the things that's like key to Haruka's character is that she's actually like really nice. She doesn't actually want to hurt anybody at all. Like she's like got a soft little fluffy center. She just looks scary. Michiru is actually the killer.
Yeah, Michiru is the scary dog privilege.
I will die on that hill always. That like Haruka is always the one who's like, oh, I kind of like them. Shouldn't we maybe help them? And Michiru's like, nope, we can't do that.
Kids.
Stop bringing home strays that we can't afford to feed.
But Your Honor, I love her.
So my standout moment, as we mentioned before, as someone else had already noted, was I'm a vehicle of destruction and you're my only passenger.
This is such a line that slaps, and it sucks that it comes from this monster of the week. It's like literally like there's a Fire Emblem crit quote that is like pick a god and pray, and it comes from like
It's Frederick Fire Emblem.
Yeah,
that's my man. Yeah.
Yeah,
it goes harder than any quote has ever gone, and that is Frederick Fire Emblem.
Yeah.
Yep, and then I
Same
said all the
energy.
trash talking. I loved it.
Yes. My standout moment was Michiru immediately pulling up to boot Mina off of Haruka. I was like, just that.
All right. Yep. Favorite part?
Whenever Michiru shows up.
Second.
Third, and then also them crashing the motorcycle in the entire race thing. Like that was just.
I gotta have to add when they drive the motorcycle sideways and defy physics with the power of being gay. Like it's iconic.
Yeah.
Like
it truly is. It truly is. My favorite part was Haruka like sexily giving Mina a massive head start and then coming from behind to crush her. Like it is such a fuckboy thing to do, but it is also undeniably so sexy. Okay, favorite character of the
Sailor
episode.
Uranus and Sailor Neptune in their theme song.
second.
Yeah. The entire interaction between Haruka and Mina, whatever the hell was going on in there, definitely did stuff for my gay awakening.
For me, like Uranus, but also Venus is hilarious in this episode. I can't say Uranus and Neptune. This wasn't as much of a Neptune focused episode for me, but like Uranus slapped, and then Venus, top-notch Venus in this episode. Rizuki, favorite character?
I have to agree with that. To not have the same answer all the time, because I feel like I'm just going to say this for however many episodes of RNS. I'm going to just say Haruka, but I'm also going to say Minako as well, because girl just was unhinged the entire time, and I loved every second of it.
She was.
She said, I am the goddess of love, and this is going to happen.
Really was.
Let me show you why.
In her defense, she was left unsupervised.
She was left with Usagi, which is worse.
Which is worse than being unsupervised.
Yeah.
All right. Here's a very short section of our episode discussion template, which was what didn't work in this episode. Okay. Animation quality.
This was good shit.
Ditto.
No complaints. Yep. Plot structure. No notes.
Immaculate.
characterization didn't work.
I want you to know that I was clearly working through something here because my first bullet point just says, God, I hate Haruka's voice so much. And then the second voice is that there's an indent bullet point that says, no one would mistake this for a man. And then the third bullet point right underneath that says, wait, that's endearing her to me. Hold on.
Wait just a
Process.
second.
Yeah, I was turning around on it a little bit towards the end of the episode. I was just sort of like at the at the start. But that's as close as I could get to a complaint.
Yep.
Yeah, this one, like, I feel like her voice is better in this episode. Like, it feels less like I am irritated to be reading these lines in the booth. It's still not my fave, but like, it was a lot better.
Yeah, my note here was like she got to emote more in this episode, which I think helped a lot. Also, I'm now just going to lean into the idea that apparently Amara is so masked that they could not clock her as a woman even while being named Amara and having that voice. Like it just didn't enter their minds because the mask energy
Yeah.
was so off the charts.
Yeah.
Too strong.
Okay. Yeah, too strong. Relevance to the ongoing story.
It's not like super plot focused, but it does give us expo of the Outers as civilians, which yippee.
Yeah. I mean, this is the episode where they meet Neptune and Uranus as civilians and where they start to get to know them as Senshi as well. So on both the civilian and powered side, a key episode. Was it boring?
Not even a little. Like we
No.
were
We were
taking the whole goddamn episode. Like,
We were
Yeah.
strapped in for this one. Okay, worst part.
The dub. I was just hating on the dub tonight with this episode in particular.
Yeah, I responded with plus 500.
agreed with that.
Like I didn't just agree, I agreed 500 amount.
And I'm the weird one in the room just being like, hell yes!
Let's go.
All right,
S-
thing
Oh,
it
go
could
ahead.
have done entirely without.
I really hated like Michiru implying that she and Haruka weren't together, but like this is like I love Michiru and Mina as like foils of each other. This is no secret. And like Mina is more like straightforward comedy. Michiru loves like one of those fireworks that like kind of looks like it's gonna be nothing and then you have like your big explosion later. She loves those zingers, and I feel like she's like just dicking with them of like, are you fucking dumb? That's how I'm reading it, even though I know that this is Deke just trying to go to censorship land.
I mean, as Ura pointed out, she does also deny that they're in a relationship in Japanese.
Yeah, and it's hard because like there's so many ways that one could assume that she's misanswering the question, which is, for example, like, so is Haruka your boyfriend? And Michiru says, not exactly. Or
Yeah.
so are you guys dating? No, because we're married.
Yeah.
Like there's and then
We are
they
nice
immediately
partners.
go on to say like we are something so much deeper than that.
Haruka and Michiru are that post where the one person is like, I recently lost my girlfriend, and the second post is like, because we got married, you asshole.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm your wife. Stop telling people this.
Stop telling them that we broke up.
Yeah.
All right. What would make it better?
This is all you, Ducky.
They're lesbian.
Yeah, this is amazingly not me.
Yeah, I mean, the only fix to this episode is the Spectre. Yeah, like
this might have been me, and I just didn't color it.
Agreeing
with you.
Oh, like, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, literally the only fix to this episode is the specter of cousins in the air. It changes the whole context of Michiru saying Haruka isn't my boyfriend.
Yeah.
Like that's just de-cousins it. Perfect episode.
Yeah.
Okay. Rating. Let's rate the episode.
5 out of 5. Tons of good Haruka and Michiru moments. No cousins. I can still be in my Delulu land.
5 out of 5. Love. Slap. Yes.
Yeah, I wrote 4.5 out of 5. The stench of cousins hangs over this otherwise perfect episode like a rank fart.
So true. I didn't put a rating down, but I got. Is this one?
You didn't, but you have
I
to rate
know.
it.
Is this one of my favorite episodes of Sailor Moon?
This might be.
I think it might be. Like, it's definitely
Yeah.
a strong 4.5, if not a 5. And I'm trying to keep the 5s to literally my favorite episodes of Sailor Moon. And I
Right. Like,
yeah, like,
literally,
I
untouchable.
think this might be one of my favorite episodes of Sailor Moon. Like, I think I have to maybe give it a 5.
All right.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. All right.
3 5.
Rizuki, what do you think?
I would give it a 4.5 as well, just because I enjoy it. It is one of my favorite episodes, but from the S season going forward, I watched all of them in Japanese before I watched the dubs. So my expectations and my standard is high, and I know that cousins are coming, so that knocks it down a peg.
So you've also experienced the rank
Yes.
fart of cousins.
All right.
Yeah.
So where do we?
Michi and I are just into Lululand still.
Yeah,
High
there are more
five to
5s than there are
Lululand.
4.5, so it's got to be a
Yeah.
5. Yeah, this I think it
Rounds out to a 5. Okay, I
basically.
wasn't sure if it was going to be 4.
Yep.
It was close. It was very close.
Yeah, it's close, but it's 5.
I think this is the first 5 out of 5 we've ever given.
I
Oh,
think we
wow.
might have
Damn.
given one before at some point, but I don't remember.
I don't remember ever making a 5 out of 5.
Oh, dang. This
It's
is
'cause
one
there's
of
I
the
feel like we've
lesbian
had a couple
episodes.
pretty high-rated episodes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. There was another one where we were all pretty close to unanimous on 5, but there were a couple, like, I don't know, 4.5. It was the episode where Saphir dies.
Yeah, like it might
Oh,
have
yeah.
I was just gonna say it might have been the death of Saphir.
Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
is one of them, because I did the same thing where I'm like, is this one of my favorite episodes of Sailor Moon?
Yeah.
And that one isn't, but it is really good.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. And cousin counter?
Not yet.
Goose egg!
Still none.
Yippee!
Oh my God, is this
Not yet.
frustrating when we know that it's the sword
Not
of
yet.
Damocles hangs above our heads
Yeah.
by a thread.
It is.
Yeah. It's red.
Indeed swinging. I definitely lovingly hold my cousin's hand. Like, literally every time I have tried to explain to my fiance, like, how bad the censorship was, because it's like, oh, we didn't cut any of the gay subtext, we just made them cousins. And it's like, okay, so you've just made incestuous lesbians instead of regular lesbians. Like, you
You
made this.
Decidedly
Correct.
made it worse.
Yeah. So I'm like
Yes.
literally like cupping her face and like gazing longingly into her eyes. And I'm like, yeah, because this is definitely normal cousin behavior, right? She's like, what the fuck? Which is the appropriate response.
Would have been
Correct.
better if they had said nothing.
Right. Just like,
Say nothing at all.
Just say nothing. Just
Yeah.
just it like don't use the word girlfriend. You can oh my God, they were roommates and it would have been better. There would have been people who missed it somehow.
Yeah.
yes. Yeah. That would have been fine. I would have not loved that, but it was the 90s. It was the 1900s, as my child clients keep reminding me.
Yeah, I would have been fine with him just being queer coded.
Doesn't
I could have dealt with
this
it.
drop to American TV in the early 2000s? Isn't this like 1999, 2000?
This was 2000. This was
2000, yeah.
Yeah.
This is not the late 90s because we are having a social backslide.
Yeah.
The early 2000s, much like right now, were a period of pretty intense conservatism. And so you have this queer censorship happening because this is happening in the early 2000s. If it had happened like in 1998, they probably would, because Xena also wildly popular around 1998, they probably would have just gone the oh my God, they were roommates. You can figure it out from context.
Yep.
Yeah.
But specifically, this is happening in the 2000s, and I think the historical context of that matters.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah,
let me get a
yeah,
little
I mean,
English major for a
if you-
second.
No, but
No, it's very true. We are looking at where that backslide began, because if you go back to like I just looked it up, and 1998 was when the TV show Will and Grace premiered.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that that is like a standby of positive queer representation.
No, but it is.
But it is affirmatively queer representation where that is fronted as a central part of the show, and where not every queer character is just there for laughs and to be a stereotype. Like, they were trying to posit the idea that everyday straight people would also enjoy watching a show about queer people.
Yeah.
And then, you know, there was very much in the early 2000s this backslide.
Yeah, no, like I literally took a class in undergrad and I actually wrote my final paper about how Sailor Moon was like, it was like LGBTQ people, public opinion and the media or something like that. And like literally, like we've done studies on like the influence of Will and Grace, of like people are less bigoted when they feel like they know somebody within like, this out group. And so through the parasocial relationship of Will and Grace, people got less homophobic the more they watched that show.
Yeah. Storytelling is important.
Yeah. What a concept. Anyway. But yeah, dead ass.
We survived the early 2000s and we'll survive this too.
Yes, we shall.
Yeah.
We will.
Cockroach motherfucker.
God willing and the creek don't rise. All right. Smash or pass?
You're the first one.
I am. And I wrote, you know what? Smash.
Yeah, I think I'm going to smash too, even though this design is goofy and the literal boob window. Literal tit window.
Literal boob window.
Yeah. Which, like, is like funny, like a clown fetish. It's so goofy, right? Like it's so horny and silly that it just makes me want to laugh. It doesn't even detract from it. It's just like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, I said smash.
The goofiness ruins it for me. It's an
Okay.
Aw.
Oh no!
Pass from Rizuki.
I also love the literal titty window just for the bit. Also, what if adolescents of Utena were girls and cars? Smash. Like Ikuhara cooked here. I'm sorry.
Ikuhara was in his early days.
Yeah, like what if the car was a girl with a girl body and not just like a car.
Perhaps making this episode awakened something in Ikuhara.
I think he just
scripted this episode and was like, oh no, I hope this doesn't awaken anything weird in me.
I think he just saw Christine. That's the movie about like car crashes and sex, right? And then was like, I think that just rewired his brain.
Yeah.
Changed everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then, do we recommend it?
All right.
You're the first one.
Yes! YES.
Yes.
I said yes, but watch any other version of this episode. Like yes, you really owe it to yourself to see this episode, but watch it in Japanese. Watch it in the Viz dub. Like, just this. If you have to watch this episode, and you do have to watch this episode, watch another version.
Please God.
Fully agreed. Like, the Cloverway version should be your last ditch effort. But watch it differently.
Yeah.
Great news. This will be the hardest version to get a hold of anyway.
Recommended. Yay!
Yeah. Let's go
Yay.
lesbians.
Comments and then call it a night?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm just seeing a couple other new ones. All right. So Sword Lily. Hello, Sword Lily. Cosplay comes in saying, I mean, I agree with Usaki. They are hot, so I'd stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight up.
Mhm.
Lady Chapel cosplay coming in saying, hello, Lady Chapel. Haruka needs her own car show. Just saying.
Yes, she does.
Absolutely.
She
So
could
true.
just be
That's
like
so
the
true.
whole car show.
Ugh,
Like,
she would be the
The
car show.
whole like car meetup event of like, hi, here's my
My
warehouse. Here's my freaking IKEA. of vehicles.
Yes, and then Sword Lily also coming in saying the music every time Haruka and Michi get is still ingrained in my
So
head.
good.
Oh yeah.
So good.
No.
We don't even need to play it. You guys, it's just it's here.
You know.
You already
know.
know.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and then Ura coming in saying the lines, radar, radar, where's the fox? Where's the fox? And he's a hunksterette living rent free in my
Yes.
head.
I mean,
Those were Lita lines.
has there ever been a truer sentence about Haruka
He's a
than
hunksterette,
he's a
yeah.
hunksterette?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Sailor Denzel coming in saying, love the Haruka freeze frames this episode. So good. And then Sailor Denzel also says the animation of the card turning into the demon is so good. Diamond is so good.
Yeah.
That's a really cool animation sequence.
Yeah.
Mhm. They were like, we can do Transformers too. Look how horny
Yeah.
ours
That's
is.
why they didn't get to do Transformers.
Yeah.
And then Sailor Denzel made me laugh smash, but in the middle of the highway a la Utena, but also I want to be her.
Yeah.
Do not blame
Yeah.
you.
If you want to be a sexy car, you can be.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Follow your dreams, kids.
All right. I think we did it.
We did it.
We did the thing.
I think we did it. Oh, did chat
Oh,
rate
yeah.
this episode? Did you
I
guys
think
rate
they-
this episode?
I think they did.
I'm scrolling back to
think
see
they
if they
did.
did.
Fours.
We got some 4s and some 5s. So yeah, I mean, I think the people also love this episode. They're correct to do
Yes.
so.
All right.
This
The people
episode
are
is so
correct.
good.
Oh wait,
When the
hang
episode
on.
is so good, the
Ura had
comment
a good
section has
one
no notes.
of I love her vroom vrooms.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, honestly, her vroom vrooms were great.
Yes.
All right, shall we outro?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, let me click over to another
Yeah.
All
tab.
right, and
Yeah.
with that, we come to
Okay.
the end of our show. Thank you for joining us for Bishoujo Senshi Slumber Party, Sailor Moon, Deke, and Cloverway Dub, episodes 81 through 85. Discussion.
And as always, our fellow Moonies, check us out on all our socials and follow us to find out the next time we're going live. You can find our links in the link tree, which is in the description. And right here, they're popping up on the screen. Don't forget to tune into Eternal Mooncast on Saturday, July 12th, with the co-host of the month being, it's me. It's me. I'm the co-host this year. And special guest, The Last Black Moon, for an episode all about the music of the Sailor Moon anime. I've been your co-host, Monica. If you want to know what I'm up to and interested in, feel free to follow me at Gay Wizard Emporium on Tumblr. Keep up to date with the progress of the... I can't even read my own script. Keep up to date with the progress of the novel I'm writing, which I promise Sailor Moon fans will love, as well as see whatever else I'm enjoying at the moment. And I'll just do my little promo right here. Next
We
week,
do it.
I will be in St. Louis participating in a miniatures tournament for charity, which is why I'm bringing it up. The tournament part doesn't matter. We're doing like a Cutthroat Kitchen style sabotage game where donations go towards the players to screw each other over with. And I'm going, and there's already a stretch goal where I have to come and cosplay and play a faction I hate, and it'll be fun. That already got squared away. So the me stretch goal has already been met, but they are donating to Friends of Kids with Cancer, St. Jude Hospital, and there's one other charity. There's like 3 different local charities, and they all are for children who have cancer and helping them get treatment and to support their families. So even if you don't care about any of that hobby stuff, you do care about kids with cancer, right? So scan that QR code and toss a donation. It does not have to be towards me. You can just give it because it's for a good cause, but I really wanted to spread the word. We've raised, I think, almost $1,800. Please make that a higher number. Make that number go up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That's it for me.
All right. I've been your co-host Relia. If you like what I do and you want to follow me on social media, you can find my most active socials popping up on the screen below. If you want to follow my cosplay adventures, you can find me on Instagram at Relia Lacadamon. Or if you want to follow my artwork, I'm on Tumblr at Art Crystals and on Blue Sky as Relia. Thanks as always for supporting the show, and join us for our next slumber party in August, which will be the Sailor Moon R movie, which I freaking love. BSSP is taking July off. We have an upcoming convention that we all go to, so we need to take a minute to recharge, and this is our nice break between seasons. So we're gonna enjoy that. I'm also gonna throw in a little plug here. donate to Monica's charity
Thank
fundraiser.
you.
Give
Thank
Monica
you.
some money.
I have a lot of money right now. I have promoted this in a bunch
No,
of
the fundraiser. The
Okay,
charity
yeah, go
fundraiser.
ahead, give me some more money.
Yes.
You can just make general donations, is why I was saying that. But I don't know if you want to give me more of an advantage. Like, if you want to just give me money so that I can kind of pay to win, that would be
I
very
mean-
funny. I am playing things that I'm totally unfamiliar with, which is part of the
Mhm.
part of the sabotage I offered for myself to get the. I'm a very active member of their community, so they were all quite excited when the episode I was on dropped, and I was like, "Come screw me over!"
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Ducky, you want to go?
Oh, yeah. Please hold. I can find tabs.
You're
not in it.
the
You can just
tab.
you
Whatever
can
you
just
wanna say.
freestyle.
You'll just have to
Oh.
vamp.
Hi, it's fun. You're Chaos. Screaming Bird Ducky. You can find me at Fancy Duckie on pretty much everything. Sometimes there's an underscore. Most of the time there's not. This has been your unhinged takes.
Hello, I'm Rizuki. I am sleepy and alive at the same time. If you want to follow me, I'm really on Threads and Instagram mostly under Rizuki. But yeah, if it's Rizuki and it's someone with glasses that looks tired, it's me. So follow.
Awesome. And then I have been your host, Michi. You can find my personal socials at MEW21 across the web. And for my K-pop reactions, along with Monica and my other friends, like Lady Chapel, we are over at K-pop Voyage. So make sure to check it out if you're a K-pop fan or ever were interested in K-pop. All right, you can check out for our parent show, Eternal Mooncast. You can find previously recorded episodes on YouTube. We appreciate any likes, comments, follows, or however you'd like to support our show in your own way. As a quick reminder, these have just been our personal opinions, and we respect all respectful Mooney opinions here. We wish everybody a good night.
Bye.